Johnny, take us in.
Which character am I today?
Otto.
Otto's log, stardate 526 M41. Blah blah blah. Previously on Dark Heresy.
Nice. Searching the dead, those that attacked you in the square as you travelled to the Manufactorum, you found them all to be very unhealthy looking, diseased. Their bodies bristling with rusty nails, bits of corroded metal, fragments of bone which seemed to have been pushed into their flesh. Boils and pustules covered their skin, clustered into groups of 3. Otto recognised the signs, symbols of the plague god, and Gaius too. He has seen such things before. The bodies of the diseased dead were dragged into a pile, and the fuel from their chainswords used to set them ablaze. The firearms and blades taken from these bodies, crude, rusty, tarnished weapons all, were thrown into the pyre. Gaius grabbed hold of the survivor, cuffing him and forcing his face close to the inferno, demanding answers to his questions.
I fear not, for I am blessed with gifts. I welcome the suffering. I welcome the gifts. The herald comes. He heeds the call.
The man seemed quite mad, and unafraid of Gaius, or the looming forms of Canny and the intimidating silhouette of Otto. There would be no sense, no intel gleaned from this foul wretch. Gaius forced his thumb into the man's eye, closing the grip of his augmetic hand until the skull fractured, spilling rotten, maggot-infested brains onto the ground. Disgusted, Gaius threw the body into the fire, watching as the man's tainted flesh shriveled and burned in the cleansing flame. Perhaps the first execution Gaius has carried out that Mesmeron would have approved of. You continued on your way to the Manufactorum. Walking straight in, you were confronted by the supervisor who told you the facility was not open to the public. He changed his tune when you revealed your identity, an Arbeit Special Investigation Team, and your reason for being here. He told you what he knew of the missing bodies, which wasn't very much. There had been an internal investigation already. Many of the missing bodies could be attributed to those not processed, those too tainted, or those of importance that would have been removed from the production line. And it had been discovered that most of the missing bodies were attributed to human error, a miscalculation in the accounts, assuming, of course, the man was telling the truth. Whether or not this is true, you can't be sure. But you did get the impression that the supervisor believed this himself. And he took you to see the overseer, a man named Trantia, whose job it was to see to the smooth running of the factorum in the absence of its owners, the brothers Fane. Trantia told you a very similar tale, a miscount in the bodies. The man responsible had been punished, he said. Otto asked for copies of data relating to missing bodies, and one of the minions here in the factorum obliged, pulling records from a nearby cogitator. Trantia was helpful. He answered all of Gaius's questions readily, but when Gaius asked if he knew anything about cult activity, there was something in the man's voice, some pause, a waver, some shared glance between the overseer and one of his minions as he denied knowledge of such things. Gaius slammed the man's head down into the table, and the cultists hidden throughout the workforce reacted. As the innocent workers fled, more and more cultists revealed themselves, charging into the overseer's office, attacking with foul, rusty blades. Susie fell, her arm removed. Canny took a devastating wound to the abdomen. The overseer died while trying to mutter words in some foul language, and one by one his minions fell too. 2 of them fled, escaping the carnage, fleeing back into the Gallowsway. And after patching up Canny, you searched the office for evidence. Handwritten notes, vox messages, an encrypted data disk which Otto decoded, and you began to piece things together. 3 days ago, a note had arrived addressed to Darnist Fane, the youngest of the brothers, the man found dead in the charnel house with the pendant around his neck. Brother, progress is good. The temple nears completion. The author, which seemed to be Ferufane, the middle of the three brothers, referred to the Blessed Flesh gathering. A merchant in Gantry has been bought. He believes a contact is on his way to purchase the merchandise from him. There was also reference to a large supply of weapons and armour being bought, and soon the Blessed Flesh will begin their work. It is almost time for the test. One more shipment. Bring them 2 days from now. In the Cogitator, there were Vox records, and 2 struck you as interesting. One, an unfamiliar voice. It called Darnis a fool, spoke of stealing something from his brother. Return the piece of the artifact, it said, or I will send my people to take it from you. And there was a reply message in the voice of Darnis Fane, who you have heard speak thanks to the tech adept Cog Lowstock. And he mocked his older brother, Feru, calling him a hypocrite, accusing him of striving for attention from Tormus, the eldest of the Fanes. You can only do what you do because of the artifact, he said. Your blessed flesh are a shadow of the Caller's true strength. The Callers. There is a known chaos cult operating on the world of Desolation. Otto remembered hearing Mesmeron speaking to Gladstock of it once. He didn't hear much, but he did hear the name. The Callers of Sorrow. The data disk held financial information, records of large numbers of something being sold, and weapons being bought from someone named Omar Endish, and plans, maps, some sort of attack plan, it seemed, that focused upon the Gallowsway, and the numbers were horrifying. You headed to the Purity Gate, where Oath Captain Nils greeted you, offered you sanctuary and use of the facilities there. She dispatched the majority of her personnel to sweep the Gallowsway, seeking fleeing cultists, and some of them headed to the Fane Mortuarium to burn the dead. Gaius voxed Drummond, requesting reinforcements. Drummond could spare few men, he said. A food riot was underway outside the port, but he agreed to send what help he could spare. Trantia and Canny burned Susie's body and held a little service for her. Gaius got angry there was no bar in a police station and punched a mirror. Canny found the medic got patched up a little, and the 3 of you, Gaius, Canny, and Trantia, got a little sleep. But Otto, poor, crooked little Otto, who has endured so much today, the foul, corrosive rain, the dust-choked air, the violence, Otto did not rest. He worked on into the night. He created a presentation of all evidence, giving it to Oath Captain Nils so she could contact the Sanctuary High Command for reinforcements. He set up a war room, plotting the intel he had on a map of the Gallowsway. The gate could hold almost indefinitely, Nils told him, unless the enemy got inside or had heavy weapons or something. But if Otto's plans were correct, the Gallowsway was to be under attack from many directions. There is only one way into the hive proper from here, and that is through the Purity Gate. So this attack is coming from below, from the Underhive. Captain Nils agreed to have her men gather scrap, to create barricades, to bolster the defences of the gate. She seemed confident that they could hold here for a time. But what of the Gallowsway? What of the people there? They are weak, frail, few are armed. What chance do they stand against such numbers? She told you what she knew of the town of Gantry, a place mentioned in the Feru messages. A city within a city, she called it, a crude construct of scaffold and scrap, built around the remains of some ancient vessel, hanging from the substructure of the Underhive far below. Otto tried to take in what the captain was saying as best he could, but the drugs and the recaf began to wear off, and exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed on the briefing room floor. Gaius, I believe you are now at 10 corruption points.
Yes, I am. Wanted to roll that last game.
Yeah, I thought I'd leave it because there was a lot going on at the end of that game. But we'll do it now. So, Give me a malignancy test, a willpower test, please.
More dice, am I? $100. Nice. 11. 11.
11. Okay, so you're fine. It's not come through on my roll 20.
It was,
Mine neither.
Hold on.
I'll just reload mine.
Yeah, I'm reloading mine as well. Okay.
Plus 20 to parry.
In fact, it's not showing Johnny or Hayden as in the game.
I know I've just gone out of it and I'm reloading it.
Oh,
Alright.
I've put it in darkest. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Floki.
You're looking at the wrong game.
Is Floki not a giveaway that you're in the wrong game?
My roll's in there. Honestly, it's 11. I don't want to redo it.
It's alright, I trust you with that.
Recorded. It's recorded. Well, it's recorded after Alan's.
Yeah, it'll be Alan's game.
I have to go. I've just read on it. It goes, I'm in the wrong game, and Alan goes, he, and so am I. Am I wrong?
Oh, the irony.
No.
Alright.
Oh, look, there you all are.
Hello, welcome to our game.
Hello! You're in the right
Hi.
universe. Alright. Here we go. Sleep. Those little slices of death. Sleep can bring many things. It can bring the rest that a body and mind need. Sleep can bring clarity of thought, as the subconscious sifts through memory or processes the events of the day. And it can bring dreams. Often strange, jumbled and confused, sometimes alarmingly vivid, and other times vague and opaque. Each of you are tired. You spent many hours walking here to the Gallowsway, and you have participated in 3 grueling combats. The adrenaline that has kept you going thus far has worn off, and you each sleep a deep, sound sleep. The sleep of the dead. The dead. They come here to this region, the Gallowsway, for processing. It seems, however, some of them are missing. Not all have made it through the Mortuaris Factorum. Specifically, the Fane Mortuaris Factorum. And from the evidence you have found, it seems that these missing bodies have been traded for weapons, armour, with a man named Omar Endish in a settlement known as Gantry, deep beneath the hive. Darnis Fane, on delivering the last shipment, stole something from his brother, a fragment of the artifact, no doubt the pendant you found upon his body. And Darnis mocked his brother, calling him a weak hypocrite, desperate to seek the approval of Tormus. Your blessed flesh are a shadow of the callers, he said. Feru was angry and threatened to send his people to retrieve the pendant that you now have. The tech adept, Cog Lowstock, played you a recording of Darnis taken the night before the violence that triggered this investigation. Gather the brothers, he said. Meet at my place. Let's see if I can do what Feru can do. And Darnis perished that night in Charnel House 17, where the dead were stored for processing. He died alongside a dozen other workers of House Fane in a frenzied, horrific brawl amongst the dead there, and the cause of death was clear. Bite marks. Human bite marks. Gaius, Canny, and Trantia, who tonight is played by me. It's about midnight. You have had the bare minimum amount of sleep you need. Would you like to wake up?
Yes, I would. I'm angry. There's no booze in
What
this
you
police
said?
station. I'm going out the police station in a midnight alcoholic fuming rush because I'm still quite deeply disturbed of what happened in the charnel house. I have to take a rights to go on midnight bender down hive with pistol and enforce it. My mesh coat on, put my flak armour underneath, and I've got my light armour on.
Canny, what are you doing? Are you
We're
waking
gonna
up?
get drunk. I mill around in the kitchen first, trying to get a midnight snack, and that's where I'll leave it.
No, I guess I'll stay in bed, I guess, Dave. Unless someone
Right.
comes and wakes me up. I'll probably just sleep. Canny's not the kind of guy to make do on minimum sleep.
No, that's what I thought. That's why I suggested you should have control over that. Just wait for Hayden to get back. I need him for this bit.
Assembling a church building for World War II. Quite big.
Nice.
I hate to metagame, Johnny, but you should perhaps say some prayers to that church right now.
Going to. It won't make a difference to Otto. It'll be like, you know, he don't really do it for the prairie. He's a little man of the prairie. I don't have any instructions for it either, which is going to make it more exciting. So, let's figure it out.
Put the roof on first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now the roof's got like beams and everything, like, and it's just like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to figure out. And there's a tower as well. Got floors. Floors in it as well. So. Perfect position for a sniper. If I had one in my army, I don't even.
That's definitely an oversight, Johnny.
It is an oversight, yeah. So I'm not to get one yet. Bless you, my son.
It's Gaius. As you wake up and you start to gather your gear, Trantia has also woken up, and you see you're sleeping in basically the bunks of the sanctuaries. You've been given use of their bunks. And you see on one of these crude cots left here for these sanctuaries, Otto. And he's slumped awkwardly on the bed, still fully clothed. His weapons and equipment have been removed, and they lay in a pile on top of a footlocker at the foot of the bed. And Otto looks a bit pale, sickly, and exhausted. He doesn't look very well. And I'd like to take this opportunity as well, please, for everyone to make a toughness test. Otto, yours will be straight. Everyone else's will be at plus 20.
Pass.
I fail quite a lot.
I'm going to take the pillow and put it over Otto's
I
mouth
use a fake point.
while he sleeps.
This is Dave for the fake. I want to use fake.
Overruling me for last time when it was the station. Just going to keep the pillow there.
Right, okay. So
Shall I use
Otto,
a fake point on toughness test?
Didn't I give Otto some slugs?
Yeah.
you did.
I did, yeah. Second-hand slugs.
Which is why he isn't taking as much. Have you got a respirator or anything, Canny?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm just toughing it.
Are you barebacking it?
Yeah, I'm breathing raw.
Okay, so this
Against Wild, 'cause I
particular
think he
test-
needs them more than me. So
this particular test, you have to take them every so often. So this particular test isn't up to this moment. This is up to a certain moment in the past, which is a little bit after when Otto actually got the flugs. So the next test, Otto will get the bonus for the flugs and Canny won't. But for now,
Otto gave away a fucking respirator, didn't he?
he did, yeah.
Such a soft touch, Otto.
Well, he's just trying to
Trying to make a
create a good
difference.
name for the.
Trying to make a
Trying to make a
difference in
difference,
one
man.
life.
Yeah, that's why he joined the Inquisition. Man, to make a difference.
He gave away the sandwiches, even worse.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was probably his worst crime yet.
Otto,
Giving away food.
you gain 1 corruption point, and you are fatigued.
You can run around, yeah.
Oh
no! Damn it! I've got 2 corruption points now.
I would also like everyone except Gaius to make a second toughness test, please, with no modifier.
Why not me?
Because
Can I
this
just
doesn't
spin off
affect you.
the 10 worm burgers and 10 sump dogs that have gone off my capture sheet, please?
Yeah, sure.
Fail this one.
They're probably turned to dust by now.
Okay, Canny, you take 3 corruption points.
They say imitation is
Trantia.
the sincerest form of flattery, so I feel very flattered, Dave.
So just to make you aware, what's doing this? The first roll that you make with the modifier is for the dust in the air, and the second one is for the acid rain that you've been walking around in. So it's not like warp corruption, psychic corruption. It's more like physical corruption of the flesh.
Environmental.
So the environmental one hasn't affected me fully enclosed.
Because of your armor, yeah. Otto, have you made a second toughness test?
No, not yet. I'll do that.
Yeah, that's why Gaius doesn't get this one. It's nothing to do with your tattoos or anything. It's to do with the hardened carapace.
Yeah, I fail that as well.
You take another 3 corruption points, please, Johnny.
Oh.
Can't wait for one of you to get an extra arm.
Corrupt me.
I don't want to be a mutant.
Okay. Since you asked so nicely, Alan, you won't be one.
Only was that simple.
I'll corrupt you in a different way.
I reckon Candy needs an extra arm coming out of his belly.
It'd be quite handy. All right. So we'll deal with what you are up to in a moment, Gaius. First of all, Otto.
Yes.
The last thing you remember is fighting the fatigue that sapped your body earlier in the day after that drink you had at Sal's, and then the combat, the wounds you took. And the exhaustion seemed to linger at the edge of your awareness all day as you headed into the Factorum, and again as you planned back at the Sanctuary Gate with Oath Captain Nils. It was always there, threatening to overwhelm you, but when your companions went to sleep, you pushed through the waves of tiredness that swept over you. But finally, it took you.
I'm just going to go feed the dog. I've forgotten to do so. So just
Okay.
Go feed the hound. Be right back.
Sleep, Otto. Darkness. Fitful dreams of piles of corpses. The charnel house. The mounds of the dead waiting to be processed. And in this dream, a pile of corpses shifts, and something moves beneath them. A figure emerges, soaked in blood and gore. A man dressed in ragged robes, a horrific wound in his neck. Blood flows freely from the obvious bite. It's Darnis Fane, the man whose image you captured in the charnel house, the youngest of the 3 brothers who died there with the pendant around his neck. The corpse of Darnis Fane stares at you. He raises a withered, pox-ridden arm and points at you. No. At something behind you. Make a willpower test, please, Johnny. Ordinarily, this would be at +10, but you're fatigued, so it's straight willpower.
Oh, I'll go for it.
You pass.
If I don't turn around and look at it, it's not there.
Right. Since you passed, you can choose, Otto. Would you like to stay in the dream, or would you like to wake up?
I'll like to stay in the dream.
You fool. Okay. You turn around, and slowly, you see what it is that Darnis is pointing at. A river, darkly oozing somewhere beneath the earth in a vast cavern. And it flows past the yawning entrance to a dark cave, where shifting shadows swirl, blocking any view within. And then you realize they are not shadows. They are clouds of thousands and thousands of bloated insects. The buzzing sound of their flight increases in volume as you approach the cavern. The smell, foul, rotting meat and decay assaults your senses, and you feel it in the pit of your stomach. This stench is unholy. This is beyond mere rot. This is something profane, something evil.
Cover the hut.
You hear from beyond the cloud of flies this deep, mirthful chuckle. The blessed flesh. Such gifts I will bestow upon them. You awaken, but not right now, shortly. Gaius.
Yes.
So you're up and about, getting your gear on. Trantia is getting her equipment on too. She looks at the sleeping form of Otto and of Canny. She goes over to Canny and just pulls his blanket up a little bit more, just tucks him in, gives him a little pat on the arm.
I'm going to come over to her while she does this. Leave the man alone. Drink.
Say again, you broke up there.
I say, leave the man alone. Come for a drink with me.
A drink? Now? You think that's wise?
I fucking need one, Trantia, after what I've just been through there. Has to be.
Second.
I was quite happy this morning. I bloody need one, Trantia.
Ah, yes. I think perhaps I understand, Gaius.
Not much disturbs me, Trantia, but I feel like my soul has been darkened. Yeah, things I've just seen. Yeah, I'm off to go get a drink. It's up to you whether you come with me.
Perhaps in light of recent events, it's best that none of us travel this area alone. And she puts on her last few bits of armour. She doesn't put a helmet on, she just has it clipped to a belt. She sheathes her sword and a pistol, and she puts her rifle on her shoulder and says, "Shall we?"
Yeah, I will pick myself up properly, but then I'll turn it all over with my mesh coat.
Okay.
So, let's see. Wait. Yes, we shall.
All right. So, where are you heading?
Trantia. Just want to get a bottle of Amsac at this time of night. Sit down somewhere almost nice. Enjoy it. Any ideas, love?
Nice. Down here.
Almost, I said. I didn't expect the word nice. I said almost. Come on, give me a chance here, love.
Well, I'm not familiar with this planet particularly, nor this city.
Let's have a look
And we are
around.
several hours away from the nearest nice settlement, I suppose.
Oh well, that one. Let's go get some amsack and enjoy ourselves, eh?
Of course.
And you've suffered through the mill a bit. You know what I mean. So let's have a bit of penance for our suffering.
Well, I'm not arguing with the guys. It's just I don't really know where we would go.
Oh, just follow me. I'll lead the way, and I'll just go forward from where I am.
So what are you doing? Are you leaving the Gallowsway, heading back into the upper tiers of the hive?
I'm going to go to the Gallowsway, and I'm going to make my way to pub. What was that? What was his name again?
Oh, Sal's.
We'll go to Sal's and go get a drink at Sal's then. And I'm going to drink it in the courtyard and listen to the local folk and say, Trantia, for anything fancy you got up, let's look like a pair of locals.
Have you got what? Sorry, you keep breaking up a bit, Hayden.
Say, Trantia, let's just pull our robes over us so we look a bit local, eh?
Hey.
Well, I think we'd have to go quite some way to look local, Gaius, but
Very
as you
true.
say,
Very true. I just don't want to
hang
too
on.
much attention to myself.
Rogue cat, hang on.
Oh, cats. Little twat. Getting off your kitchen mat. Look at that. Little
Some
twat.
some random cat just came in my house.
Pretty random cats.
Okay, so
Worst kind of cat.
Canny and Otto, yeah, I've put you on the map, but you're not actually there. I've just put you on so you can see. Okay, so you it takes you about 20 minutes to walk to Sal's. And when you get here, it's deserted. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. There's no lights anywhere. You notice the bodies from the fight earlier in the day have gone. There's still a few blood stains on the floor. There's still a few scorch marks around from where Canny's little ambush took place. But you don't see any sign of Sal or his daughter, Jen.
I'm going to go to Sal's and knock on his door.
Okay. So this one here is the blue one is Sal's bar.
Oh, how would we know that?
Because that's where Jen came out of with the drinks.
Okay. I was looking at the table at the time. My eyes. I'll knock on the door. Sal! Urgent business.
There's a bit of a pause, and there's a who is it?
Yes. Arbiter.
You hear a few clunks and bangs, and you hear a number of bolts being drawn back, about a dozen, and eventually the top half of the gated door opens up, and he stands there and he's holding a stick with a nail through it. He says, "Oh, it's you. Oh, sorry. Oh, you woke me." He rubs his bleary eyes.
Oh. Okay, I need a word with you inside. The AMSEC.
Just
The business.
can we talk outside? Jen's sleeping. She's had a bit of an ordeal.
Have a bottle of AMSEC, man.
We don't have any AMSEC, but I can get you some rock.
Anything else?
Not really. We've got some really filthy water.
Oh.
So-
Two glasses of rock, please. Two,
Right, just
two good measures.
yeah.
I'll give him money, and I'll just say, Sal, doesn't matter. Do you know where you can get any AMSEC?
No, not around here, sir. No.
All right, thank you very much, Sal. Good night. See you later. That's it.
He's just stood there looking really confused, like you've just woken him up for a drink and then walked off.
What Trantia?
Trantia just
Very
turns to him
much
and
so.
sort of mouths, Sorry, he's had a bit of a time. And off she goes,
I'll,
following it.
for his first rock gut, though, I'll pay him like double for what it's give him what it probably costs.
He actually has said in the past that drinks are free because of what you did here.
Oh no, I'll give him. I'll hand him a couple of thrones and just say thanks for getting up for me. It's been a really hard day, and I needed this more than anything. I'll say that, and then I'll bugger off.
Okay. Are you taking the bottle of rock gut?
I'm taking the bottle of rock gut with me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can add a bottle of rock gut to your inventory.
I'm not going to really have time to type it in before I drink it. So I'm going to pass a bit to Trantia and say, hey, some of this.
Okay. She's gonna
Your first dibs.
she's gonna take a swig.
Immediately regret it.
Probably. Yep. Okay, she takes a big swig. She hands the bottle back to you. She says, "Ooh, oh my, that stuff's rather potent."
Hey guys, last. It's good to see. Good to see a happy expression on your face, Trantia. And I will try and do the same.
Okay,
Plus 30, yeah.
plus 20 for this one. This is a very strong drink. Yep, you're fine.
I'll take a big swig just like Trantia and say, come on, Trantia, let's walk. Let's have a look around. We're going to patrol the city while chatting, and I'm going to chat to Trantia about how she is after summoned that demon. I'll approach Trantia. Are you alright? After Beast popped out the warp and cut you up.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Gaius. That was a rather troubling experience. But I'm doing okay. The Inquisitor did warn me that such unusual things could happen from time to time as my powers return to me.
Patrick. So, have you ever experienced that before?
Not that particular phenomenon side effect. No, there have been others, but nothing quite as deadly as that.
I think you handled yourself well. You survived.
Yeah, I thought I did very well while I was lying on the floor holding my liver in. Yes.
Honestly, people say I don't get scared, but when I was facing that thing down, I was to myself a little bit, I must admit.
Well, let's
look upon some things like that, should we?
Let's be
take another
honest.
swag.
Okay. This one will be straight toughness.
Oh, it goes down 20 every time of this one. Nice.
Yep.
Peace. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'll pass the bottle to Trantia.
She says, "No, I think I've had quite enough of that for now."
Okay. It just doesn't seem to be hitting the mark. How can we all alright? How can we all a little bit not floozy? Sorry, Trantia, I didn't mean to say that. The drink must be kicking in. Yeah, I'll take it back.
I don't particularly drink very much. She's a very slight woman as well, Trantia. You know, she's very petite. She's only about 5'4". She's not got much meat to her at all, so it's quite understandable that it would fucking hit her like a ton of bricks.
That Gaius is big for a man.
Yeah, but he's a tough motherfucker.
His body's been carved out of oak or something. Alright.
Literally been sculpted by artisans.
Did you have the pleasure of fighting Demon Host? I shit myself well and truly when I saw that.
No, Trantia wasn't there, was she? Trantia didn't fight the demon host because she was wounded crossing the bridge, chasing after Canny. When you were hunting Zach's whole thing, she wasn't actually there. So she says, "No, I'm personally quite glad I wasn't involved in that. Antonia left me a number of books to read on certain subjects, and the subject of such creatures is mentioned in one of them, and quite frankly, they sound horrific."
Oh, what, Trantia? I need to just sit down, so I'm gonna lean up next to the nearest wall or alleyway, lean back, have another swag of the beer. Say, I'm talking to you about this stuff, because this is what line of work we get ourselves into. It just stays on you a bit, doesn't it? I keep having... I know, all my life I've seen these things. I've seen these demons. I've seen these psycho men and women becoming changed. Easy world. Oh, crazy. So it's toughness -20.
Yep. She lays a hand on your forearm, Gaius, and she says, I understand what you've... Well, that's not true. I don't understand, Gaius. I've never been through such a thing, but I know of what you speak. I've seen some of your file.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think I could read it. I think it's all hit me, Trantia. I'm not... Oh. You're a lovely woman at times. Thanks for listening.
You're a lovely man, and a faithful servant of the God Emperor, too.
I certainly am, and so are you. For you, I don't see no deceit, just a lovely person. Lovely all the way. Anyway, I'll stop serenading you with compliments because you'll get the wrong idea, my darling. I just think you're a top-notch person.
We may die tonight. This could be our last night on Earth. Is that what it's getting to that stage, isn't it?
I like how Dick tried to cock-block Dericles and failed, and so now Gaius is trying to cock-block Siegfried.
What? Am I?
That's what me and Johnny are thinking, yeah.
Oh, no, you don't know my alternative motives.
Okay, Gaius, I would like you to make...
Don't stop thinking about that.
I would like you to make a fellowship test, please, and you will have a modifier to this.
Oh.
Let me just find Gaius.
Fellowship is not so bad. 33. Good compared to...
Oh, wrong one.
Dick's at 40-something and he always seems...
So this is a plus... Oh, a plus 10.
Oh... Yes.
Oh, but you're also fatigued, aren't you?
Yeah.
So
Very
it would have
close.
been a straight fellowship test, yeah.
Oh, come on. Give me that before you tell
So,
me the
I mean,
roll.
all
Was
that
concentrating
is...
on under 40. So let me roll again then.
No, all this is for is to see if your relationship with her...
Which?
Like, as you know, I track reputation. So when I ask for a role like this, what I'm doing is I'm giving you extra reputation with her, and then I'm letting you roll to see if you get bonuses to that. But you have increased your reputation with her anyway, just by chatting to her. But as you sat there with her, she puts her hand on your forearm, your augmetic arm.
I can't feel it.
Are you wounded at all, Gaius?
I don't think I am. It's have loads. I think it's wounded. Oh, he's lost one wound. One whole wound.
As she touches your arm, There is a faint glow coming from around the edges of her flat gauntlet, and a bruise and a scrape that you have on your other arm from some of the fight earlier seems to go. The ache and the pain is taken away from you, and you heal one wound.
I'll look at her quite puzzled and go, how does that work with a bionic arm?
She looks. She takes her hand away from your arm and she says, "To be completely honest, Gaius, I don't really know. I didn't really mean to do that."
Just really shocked. It was quite amazing because that is just. It's. Don't even know. I haven't even named it or anything. It's just a part of me. It's weird.
Would
Not
you
completely used to it yet.
would you name a bionic arm? Is that a common practice?
I don't know. I'm going to name it Trantia.
She grins a little, and she wobbles a little as you say this to her.
It's incredibly useful and deadly, and it also offers me support when I need it.
Oh, Gaius.
You old schmovie.
Well, you lot wanted to say the cock blocking thing. I could have gone down. That would be smoother.
Okay.
I saw
Absolutely.
Oh no, we're going to have a three-way competition for Trantia. Oh no.
and she's a lesbian.
Good word, Trantia. I've got a bionic dick what reverses.
No, she's not. She's not the lesbian. That's Mesmeron and Seraph. Anyway.
The only fair game in the palace, in the mansion.
Well, no, there was Susie, but you let her die. I mean, she died.
Susie.
Did
not let Susie die.
Don't worry about that. Susie will be replaced at some point.
No replacing Susie. What are you going to replace with? Some sort of bug whoppet?
You're replacing with something.
No replacing
Do their job properly.
Burn! Susie, burn!
You shouldn't speak ill of the dead, Johnny.
Snoozy Susie, the
Yeah, but she wasn't Susie the floozy. She didn't any of
shoot.
us.
No, Snoozy. No,
Oh,
Snoozy.
sorry, yeah.
The funny thing about
Susie,
Susie was the first fight that she turned up in, the first dice roll, she did a brutal critical and beheaded someone, and then missed every single attack for the rest of that fight. And then on this mission, the first two hits, she decapitated two people and then missed every single attack after that.
No,
So I was expecting the next fight she was going to kill 3 people and then miss everything, but no, she just died instead.
Yeah.
Lucy Suzuki.
These things.
Okay, so Gaius, as you're sitting here with Susie in this sort of shitty area of the Gallowsway, where there's various piles of waste and discarded building materials and junk metal so corroded to be useless, you hear a voice call out to you. Oh, Agent Mortalis, thank the Emperor, I found you. And you see, clad in the red and black armour of the Sanctuary Guard, there's a man approaching you who you recognise, and there's 3 others as well. There's 4 sanctuaries in total. And the one that speaks to you is Officer Claymet, the one who was very sick back in the Channel House. He says, "We've been trying to vox you, sir. There's something wrong with the vox. Captain Nils needs to see you immediately, sir."
Sure. We're having a nice time here.
Oh, well, she was quite insistent, sir. She seemed to be in a bit of a panic.
Ah. You get hold of any Amsac?
Amsac? Yeah, probably can. Might take a little while, but yeah, we can get some. We've got some contacts a little bit further up Hive.
Give me a bottle and I'll come now.
Well, it'll take me a few hours, sir. She seems rather concerned.
I'll come listen. I'll come listen now, but you must promise me to get that in the sanctuary, in the
Absolutely.
building for me.
Absolutely.
Look what I'm drinking. I'll swag the last of it.
Okay, make another toughness test.
Pissed. I'm fucking drinking it. I'm doing this shit.
This will be a minus
End the world,
30.
man.
Fucking.
Going out.
Oh. Sorry, Trantia. I'm sorry, Trantia. A bit of
Sorry
pressure,
for
isn't it?
everything.
Bit of pressure, love. It's to...
Gaius, the leader of the squad.
As
This is his mission, his operation. He leads by
that
example.
bounces, I'm gonna like bounce a bit back up and puke that down the side of me. It bounces in front of the sanctuaries. Oh, you
Okay,
see, sanctuary, I'm gonna come with you, but let me just excuse this. I feel a little bit better, and I'm gonna force myself to be sick a little bit more. I sober up a little bit for the walk back.
Okay.
Okay,
you are
that'll
now
do me.
you are now on 2 levels of fatigue.
Yes, I knew it would happen, but
Yeah,
That's
I like to see you
sound, man.
embracing the Quintius style of role playing. I know I can't handle this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
you've got 8 corruption points in a game. Anybody's going to be a little bit fucking dark and distraught after that.
Fair point. Fair point.
All right. Okay, so you and Trantia walk along with these 4 sanctuaries,
Stim myself on the way back.
and they lead you. Yeah, if you want to stim yourself, you can.
Yeah, I'll stim myself on the way back. I'll be like, them go. What's that, man? Sorry, the captain can't wait. And I'll make them double step, match, match them all the way up. You know, a little bit, walk, a little bit.
They lead you down an alleyway by the side of the scrap pile. This way, sir. It's a shortcut.
Oh, set the main roads.
This is much faster, sir.
Oh, set the main roads.
But Gaius, this way we have gifts for you. Roll initiative.
Right. Please, I stimmed before this point.
Yeah. Come on, man.
It's
You're
just
wise to do
sobered
so.
up for a second there. Oh dear. So I didn't expect that coming though, but I was dubious. Initiative. Where is that box? You set it somewhere. Where is it? Oh, I know. I remember. You don't have to tell me. I'm back into my head. Oh, Dave, I can't find my initiative.
Can't find what?
Where's the
Probably
initiative?
Probably
Oh yeah,
seven.
I will. Yes.
Oh, I was just going to get his
3,
throat.
so
cut.
11.
We'll sense it. Sense incoming knife action.
Nice guys.
Ah.
Nice guys, Dave. You're making more guys and Hero Forge.
Where's Heresy Cam? Tell you what, let's just put you 2 on, and then you can at least see what's happening. There you go. You 2 should be able to see the map now.
I mean, I could see it before. I don't know why that is, but
Could
Oh,
be.
could you? I think there's no dynamic lighting or anything on this map. That's probably why. Okay, right. I just need to find. I'm ill prepared for this fight, even though I knew it was probably going to happen. I just didn't expect it to happen to just Gaius.
I've got Trantia with me. I'm
Yeah.
trying to get myself whacked.
if you get a fucking kill, I'm gonna be super pissed with you. By the way, Dave. Super pissed.
Dave or me?
No, as in, Canny will be super pissed with Gaius.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
As in, there'll be no
I
ill
said
blood
Dave.
towards you, Hayden. It's just, but Canny.
Of course, it's the
Canny won't take it well.
Right.
You went
Went down there on your own to get pissed. I had booze on me the entire time, you muppet.
Ah, why didn't you say something?
Because it would be metagaming.
Lady fucker. Keeping your beer to all yourself. Shady.
You should have just assumed. Well, you didn't. You never asked.
I didn't shout it to the group. I had a little panic to
No.
myself in the toilets because
Yeah.
beer in the Santa account.
Like I say, if I told you, it'd be kind of a bit metagamey. So instead, I let you wander off to find shit booze.
All right. So, Gaius, you hear the words, the mention of gifts. Memory returns to you. You've heard talk of gifts before. And I would like you to make a perception check at a +10. And you see the face of this Officer Claymet, the man who was very sick in the charnel house when you first arrived here in the Gallowsway. He looks very pale, very grey, and you can see on his neck a cluster of 3 boils pulsating in time with his pulse.
I am raving mad because I got my nice night out with Trantia and I'm going to charge and claim it. Charge with my shield and then hit him a full pelt with my mace, known as full well occultist with those words.
Okay, so it's your turn. Go for it.
Us! Mortalis!
It's a +20 for charging, and you
Good charge.
also...
Hatred.
You've got hatred as well.
Berserk charge.
Berserk charge.
50.
+40.
What's it? I'm sick! Get on sick! Lie to me! Sick!
He's not bothered about the heresy, he's bothered about the Amasek lie. Okay, he's going to try and dodge you. He does not.
Eyes! Sick eyes! Spitting a bit of alcohol out of his mouth with him. He's fucking pissed.
Fury.
Fury's gone beyond fury.
Ooh! Confirm that.
Can I just confirm it by smashing his mate in with a second blow? Oh no, there's none of that, is there?
I mean, for fluff we can say that, but you need to roll...
Can I re-roll that?
No, you need to confirm you're critical first.
Oh, yes, so I do. So that's void. That's great.
It's not void if you hit.
Oh.
If it was a 10, he wouldn't be saying it'd be void, would he? You know.
No, but it is.
Hayden,
So
always trying to get these little edges everywhere. It's naughty, Hayden.
you do an extra 1. You can re-roll that with a fate point if you want.
Ah, that's a bit of damage!
That's karma. That's 19 damage.
You lot.
It was really unnecessary, I think, to be honest. It smashes straight through his armor.
It's the principle.
It's your power maul, isn't it? Anyway, so it's
Palmon bastard.
So you ignore his armor, minus his toughness. You do 16 wounds to him. Claymet is smashed to pieces.
Amsec! You gonna give me my Amsec? I'm gonna shout to the next sentry.
That you smash into his left arm as he's already like going for his weapons, a little bit of a look of panic on his eyes, and you smash his arm, breaking it, and this foul black blood sprays out as he collapses to the floor, and you can smell rot and decay on him as he's split open. Next up is Sanctuary Claymet. He's going to die on his turn.
Okay.
The other 3 bring their weapons up. The two closest to you, to your east, are going to shoot at you. The first one is going to do a full auto spray, so that's minus 10 full auto plus 24 point blank. He misses. The second one's going to do the same. One hit. Would you like to dodge? You there, guys?
Yeah, I say no.
No. Okay. And the third one is going to shoot Trantia.
What did it do? Did it do nothing?
I'm gonna roll his damage in a minute. I'm just doing all the hits while I've got the fucking stats up. So that is okay. Trantia is going to try and dodge the one on her. She fails. Okay, so he does on you. 10. What's your armor on your right arm?
Right arm has a shield because I'm left-handed. So
Yeah.
That is 8, I think.
Okay, yep. So the shot, this burst of auto pistol fire rings out, splatters across your shield, deflecting the shots. Trantia is perhaps not so lucky. The first one is... Second one is 9. Where's Trantia? There she is. First one deflects off her body armor. The second one does 2 wounds to Trantia as it sprays across her arm and she yells in pain. And then it's Trantia's turn.
I radio into Trantia and tell her to run. Trantia, run! Get help, I've got these. Eloquent, deal with me.
Trantia casts Precognition. Start with. Which is half an action. And she's going to... She's going to draw her sword.
Oh, Trantia, no.
And say, absolutely not for the Emperor. And it's Gaius.
Gaius is getting into these.
Okay.
If 2 of them shooting anyway. I'll attack one. We all got the same guns.
Yeah, they've all got auto pistols and truncheons.
Right, okay. But they've shot full auto, so they've still got to get them out, don't they?
The truncheons?
They've shot a full auto. Was that an auto pistol shot?
Yeah.
Oh, they're right. I'll note to myself. Alright, I'll attack either of them, but I only get single attack.
Yeah, single attack and hatred.
But just plus 3.
Which one you going on, east or south?
I'm going to re-roll that.
Okay.
point. I'll go on south. Oh,
Oh dear.
really stuck my sword into my mace into my foot.
Your mace jams then.
It's run out of power.
Luckily, melee weapons don't suffer from that sort of thing. Apart from eviscerators do, as a matter of fact. You can take your own legs off with an eviscerator. Trantia, sanctuaries. The two on Gaius draw their truncheons for half an action and attack for a half action. So it's +10 for the first guy for a single attack, which is a miss. And the second guy is +20 for ganging up, which is also a miss. And the third guy is going to... he's going to draw his truncheon and fire at Trantia on a single shot. So that'd just be +10 for single shot, +10 for range, which is a hit. Trantia is going to precog his +10 dodge, I think, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Trantia is going to try and dodge. Which she does. And then she's going to charge this guy drunkenly. That's a point. She's fatigued, but she would have still passed that dodge.
Point three.
She is +20 for charging, -10 for drunkenness. Yeah, go Trantia.
Awesome.
Okay, so that's 6, 4. She does 1 wound to the sanctuary. Gaius Mortalis.
Back. Do just single oil. Be +20.
Yep. You could aim as well.
Wouldn't have done it.
Okay.
I'll use my last fate point. Sorry.
All right.
Gaius, smash me in the face.
Yes. He's going to try and parry you. Or dodge you. One or the other. Parry. He fails. Roll damage. Okay. So minus his toughness and armor, that is 10 wounds, which is enough to kill him.
You gonna get me my hammer sack now? Are you? Into the last person alive. You gonna make good on your promise? Are you?
All right, the one
If
on
not, we'll have the bad end of this power field.
the one on Gaius grins at you, and you see this. He's also greyish skinned, and he's got some boils just sticking out under the edge of his helmet. And he grins at you, and you see these rotten teeth, and he goes, "I will bring you gifts." And flails at you with an all-out attack, which is a miss on a 70. And the other guy is going to do the same to Trantia, which is a miss on a 78. And Trantia is going to half aim attack this guy. Oh, no, it's +10 because she's drunk. No. Does Trantia have a fate point, or did she use one? No, she doesn't. Gaius Mortalis!
Oh, I'm a sec. Lie to me, you heretic bastard. Oh, wait a second, I'm going to all-out attack that. That may be enough if I all-out attacked it with a heretic bonus. No, it wouldn't be.
It'd be plus 30 for all-out attack, plus 10 for heretic.
That wouldn't
So
be enough.
plus 40, it's still a miss, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was just saying if it was, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, stinger shot. Go for it. All yours, Dave.
This one hits you with his truncheon.
Oh no. We're using truncheon. Okay. Let's move with truncheon. I'll try no, I did ask for all-out attack last if I
Yeah, you did. Yeah, it bounces off your armour anyway. On your leg. The other one attacks Trantia, which also misses. No, it doesn't. That's a hit. Trantia is going to try and dodge. She fails. So that's 6, 8, 9, 5. Trantia takes another 2 wounds.
Oh, get off my friend.
And then it is Trantia's turn.
Trantia! Do it!
She's going to half aim attack again. She misses. Gaius.
My fucking god, do I have to do everything? What are you trying to hear? Handle these loot. Right, point that to me. Sick. It did. Oh!
Okay, before you roll damage, because he can't block or parry you, I'm going to give you the option for this of you can have a free 10, which you don't get to confirm. It would just be a 10 max damage without a confirmed critical. Or you can roll damage as normal and gain an extra half action as your Righteous Fury kicks in.
That's straight a killer, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I didn't hear what you said then.
I can't see you, hey. I can barely hear you.
Hayden's like stuttering like mad, lagging like hell for me. Anyway, he's just
There he
dropped.
goes.
Can you see me now?
Yes, but you're a bit choppy.
Hey, it's slow for me, Dave. What was the second option? I can reaction at the end of my turn, but roll
You can either have a free 10, which isn't necessarily a critical, so you just do maximum
normal
damage.
damage.
Or you can have a free half action after rolling damage.
Okay, I'm going to roll damage.
Okay.
What Trantia's like. Good. Look.
Okay, so that's 11 minus his toughness because you cut through his armor. He takes 8 wounds from you, and you've got a free half action.
What can I do with my free half action, by the way?
Anything you could do with a normal half action.
I'm going to attack him again. Half action.
Okay, so it'd just be a standard +10.
It's got hatred.
And +10 for hatred, yep. Oh,
Head
it's a
down there.
miss.
Gone for the 10. Oh well.
Okay, the sanctuary. You see the boils on his forehead begin to pulse larger and larger, and he says, "I bring you gifts." And he flails wildly at you and misses. The one on Trantia
Got Dawn of War flashbang.
also misses. These guys are shit. Trantia will do same as she keeps doing. That's a miss.
That's
Gaius.
Mortalis. Yep, hits.
It's a hit.
The battlefield.
Yeah, that's enough. You kill him.
Trantia, you can do this. I'll be with you next turn. Very soon.
Ah.
The one fighting Trantia, quite unnervingly, as it goes to hit Trantia, its neck turns almost like 90 degrees in a really odd manner, stares straight at you guys, and you see its eyes are writhing with maggots. And he says, "Gifts!"
I've got a gift for you. You've got no hamstick on you, have you, boy?
You don't understand. He's not bringing you gifts. He's bringing you gifts. He's just got lots of animated pictures. That's a hit on Trantia.
Oh no. Oh. Oh, Heresy's out complete.
Heresy's gone social media on us.
Takes another 2 wounds. It's 3 times she's taken 2 wounds. Oh, now she's got 42 wounds all of a sudden. That doesn't make sense.
It's good.
Illogical.
Turn into a
It protects.
Come on, Trantia. Gaius!
Guys, we'll go up. I've got gifts for you. Blissful gifts from the Emperor.
That's a hit.
Emperor, giving a gift.
And that's enough. You splatter the last sanctuary.
Trantia, run away.
Um,
Let me do this. You're pissed.
As he dies, you see these boils on his forehead. They're pulsing bigger and bigger until the moment you clobber him, smashing his legs out from under him, and this black maggot-infested blood begins to piss out of the legs. He drops to the floor, and slowly the pulses of the boils slow and stop. And I'm just going to get a drink.
I think builds up a burst. It's
Yeah, I think he was going to pop before too long.
yeah. I thought it was going to maybe pop and like loads of flies would come out or something. You know what I mean?
Like a
That's
suicide
That's some of the best consecutive damage I've done with guys without like 2s and 3s for a few rounds.
It's good work, man.
I'm sorry, lads, for taking that on. I end up going on my own side quests. I'm really sorry, lads.
Oh, right. No, it's fine. It makes it easy for me to build this fucking building, so appreciate it.
Okay.
Plus, Otto's sort of passed out anyway at the moment, so we can't. I can't imagine him really doing anything much as he can, essentially, unless it's stinned.
All right.
So,
Hey, Owen.
Gaius. Oh, it's a small child.
Daddy, pay attention to me. Stop playing your game. Play a game with me.
Daddy,
No.
Daddy, Why are you screaming about Amasek? What's Amasek?
You close the door for me.
Daddy, can I have a gift?
Daddy, can I have some Amasek?
Don't know. I don't know where it is.
Daddy, what's a heretic? Why do you hate them so?
I've got no idea, but that'll work. Or you can use my Nintendo. All right. Bunch of heretic. With some more fucking Amsec.
All right, Gaius. The bodies of the 4 sanctuaries lay dead around you. What would you like to do?
Oh, God, I'm going to look at my bionic hand and goes, sometimes I'm really glad I have a hand. I'm going to search with my bionic hand and then wash it afterwards so I don't ever have to touch you. Mind you,
All right.
I'm going to step twice just before I do it and think, Trantia healed me on my bionic hand. It is bad. Pause for thought. And then get on and do it anyway with my bionic hand.
Okay. Give me a search test, please.
Of course I can't do it. I wish I had search. I need to take that on any character.
No.
Nope.
Okay. So what you find is all of them have auto pistols and these truncheons, an assortment of ammunition, and their sanctuary armor. And straight away you notice that all these weapons and the armor is rusty and corroded.
Not take any of it.
Claymet also has on him an oath cog. And in addition to these weapons, they all have also these really jagged looking knives made of rusty scrap metal. You know, look like they've been cobbled together out of bits of metal with just a bit of tape wrapped round for a handle.
Alright, I'll make a note for rusty knives. I don't want to touch one of those. I'll take his oath cog.
Okay. Also, while you're searching the corpses, I'd like to make a Medicaid test, please.
Okay.
Do you have enhanced sight?
I do.
It doesn't matter. You would have got a +10 for that because it's like an observation based on your limited medical knowledge. As you look at these bodies and as you search them all, you realise they look like they've been dead for some time. And there's also this smell, this foul smell about, not on Claymet, but on the other 3. And you see that they have smeared on their skin this grey paste. And you recall seeing this in the Channel House on the bodies that were racked on the shelves there. Claymet doesn't have this paste smeared on him, but he does look like he's been dead for an hour or more.
Okay, so I think these people are bringing the dead back to life.
Trantia steps over to one with her sword and spears it through an exposed bit of flesh. And this viscous, black, congealed blood oozes out with a few bits of maggots and what have you writhing out. She says, "I'm no medical expert, Gaius, but I think you might be right."
I'll tell you what, have we got anything to burn these with? We would keep him warm, couldn't we?
If only I was 10, 15 years younger, Gaius, I could help with that. But alas, my powers are not what they used to be.
Well, let's see what I've got. I'm going to get out my shotgun with blazer rounds, drag the bodies together with my bionic hand without touching them with my normal, and drag the bodies together and then shoot them with So how many have I got?
If only we had some. If only we had some alcohol we could pour on them, like a good bottle of Amasec. Oh,
Would be a waste, woman. That would be a waste.
wait! I've got an idea, Gaius.
What then?
She helps you drag the bodies into a pile, and she places a lasgun charge pack on the top of one of the bodies, and she draws her deathlight, and she aims at the las pack, swaying a little.
Shoot.
Shoots the body. She takes aim again. Says, "Excuse me, just a moment. I need to get my eye in." She fires a second time. The las pack detonates, and the top corpse ignites. The armor begins to burn and blister, and the clothing beneath it goes up in flame, and the flesh begins to burn beneath it. And there's this foul smell of burning, rotting meat as the fire begins to spread.
I will dip my bionic hand, burn off the blood.
You're what? Sorry, you broke up there.
I'm gonna burn the blood off in the fire quickly, just singe it off. So.
All right. She does the same with her sword. Perhaps we should get back to the Purity Gate.
I think so. That was a really good drink, Trantia.
Yes, we should do it again sometime. It was it was exhilarating.
We must survive in the lowest lows of Underhive. Look at us. Let's do it.
She's just going to. Just going to. Okay. You see, as she's talking to you as well, that again you see this glow come from behind the edges of her gloves, and she starts to look a little less beaten for a moment. Well, let's be off, shall we?
Of course. I'll crack my knuckles and say, "Fight, wasn't it?"
It was pretty standard from my point of view.
Poor girl. Just need a better weapon. I'm gonna sort you one. Wait until I find you a good sword. Don't you worry, Trantia, you'll love it. I'll find you a power sword or something like that.
That would be nice.
Need one. You need one. I've got this Palmor. It helps me out no end. But just go down a whole lot easy with it.
It's certainly a handy weapon to have.
I've got a cursed rune mace, but I don't think you'd want that.
No, that's not really my style. No.
I don't even want.
I think giving the cursed weapon to a psyker could end very badly.
Okay, well, yeah, I did warn you this beforehand. Anyway, come on, let's be off of us. Good show, old Bean.
Okay, so you head back.
Guys goes back in a happy mood after his drink.
He's killed some heretics. He's chuffed to bits.
Yeah.
So, Canny, at this point, you've had about an hour more than the minimum amount of sleep you'd need.
Okay. How many hours of sleep is that?
The minimum is 6, so you've had 7.
Yeah, I'll stay asleep.
Okay. Johnny, you still have not had the minimum amount of sleep. You'll wake up naturally you'll wake up in about another hour.
I'll wake up when the plague zombies are at the door.
Yeah, your minimum amount of sleep is in another hour's time.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, so Gaius, you and Trantia arrive back at the Purity Gate, and there's a few sanctuaries keeping watch at the gatehouse. They see you approach, and they open the main gate to allow you out of the Gallowsway, and from there you can access the Purity Gate Tower and the associated facilities.
Do you have a hose on standby out here?
A hose, sir?
Yes.
No. Why would we need a hose? You broke up there, Hayden.
Wash off the filth, or we take it into a blessed sanctuary.
We do have decontamination facilities, and he calls one of the young lads over, one of the younger sanctuaries. He says, "Go and fetch the purifier."
Very much.
And the lad disappears for a few moments, and he returns with what looks like a flamer.
Guy smiles a little bit to himself. Oh well, bring it.
He points it at you and says, "Just hold on, sir. It's not quite what it looks like. This might be a little cold." And he begins to hose you down with this freezing cold water. And the officer in charge says, "It's a blessed holy water, sir. We all lower hive precincts keep such things in case of mutant insurrection."
Thank you. Trantia, do you need blessed holy water? Any of your bits and pieces, like your sword or your gloves?
Excuse me.
It's just a dialect change. You know, you're not. Helen.
She puts the tip of her sword into the water, which is the only thing that really would have contacted anything.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sancho. Of the Emperor, great service. Blessed.
You're breaking in and out quite a bit, Hayden. I don't know why that is.
Say good work, Santry.
Is it like your microphone? Because you lean forward, but I don't know, your microphone doesn't change position.
Good work, Sanctuary. Thank you very much for doing this job for us.
No problem, sir.
Wash the filth, which is the mutant off your body. The must before we enter this holy place.
There's some people arrived in your absence, sir. I believe they're looking for you. They're in the briefing room with the Oath Captain.
What sort of weirdos are these?
Well, they look like Arbites, sir.
You call Arbites weirdo, aye, sir?
No, you said weirdo.
No,
Not
but
me,
you
sir.
replied.
Well, no, I'm not. I wasn't trying to. I didn't wish to correct you, sir.
Though. No, you should have said no. They're not weirdos. They're Arbites, sir.
I apologise, sir. They're in. Well, they're in the briefing room, sir. And he's sweating. He looks really nervous right now.
Beaties, man. Beaties. I've had a couple of. Been a good soul. And I'll slip him a throne for a drink later. I'll say, been a good soul.
Okay.
Get one for me. I'll bugger off.
All right. Where are we heading?
It's not just my. I'm heading to the place where I need to go, where the Arbites are, the conference.
Okay. So the briefing room is busy. At the heart of it stands Oath Captain Catian Nils, dressed in her crimson and black armour, and by her side stands another sanctuary officer, a junior officer, dressed very similar but without the rank markings on her armour, and he has a Vox unit mounted on his back. Oath Captain Nils speaks to two other men, dressed similar to her. One wears the rank of a lieutenant.
I'm just going to hold my hand up. Sorry, people, I rushed here, but I really need to rush off to the toilet.
Go on, man.
Nip out the room. But no, he doesn't go to the toilet. He goes to the dorms to get Kenny and Otto.
All right.
Get him in on the meeting.
Okay, so you're off to wait Canny.
Yeah, they can wait a little bit longer. I'm sorry, I'm missing my companions.
It's all right. So
it's been an hour and a half. I need them in here.
So you head to the barracks, and Canny's there, tucked up in bed, still exactly the same position he was in. Otto's laying in a cot next to him. Otto's like sprawled. He's not tucked in at all. He's just like sprawled awkwardly over the bed, like he's just been fucking dumped there.
Okay. Canny, what have I got? What have I got? What'll wake Canny up nicely?
Some meat.
I'll need something like that. That's what I'm looking for. I'm gonna get my last box of rations and waft it under Canny's nose to try and wake him up.
Kenny, I'd like to make an awareness test at a plus 30.
It's really asleep. Fuck's sake.
Rations don't have a particularly strong smell. That makes perfect sense.
Have I got anything else? I can't use the rations again.
Wait,
I'm
hang
about
on.
to get killed.
Hang on. Wait.
Oh, it was just twitches and then goes.
Flies everywhere. Flies.
Trantia
Trantia
holds out
Shows that to what, sorry?
Dave.
Transia holds out one of Missy's sandwiches to Gaius and says, "Try this, Gaius."
Okay,
And that's the last of her sandwiches.
His sandwiches and put it right near his mouth, like a centimetre away. Goes.
Give me another awareness test, Kenny. Because Kenny is so food motivated, he always gets a plus 30 to any test involving food.
Second 100 in
Can't be fucking shitting me! How can you possibly have done that? Kenny, still asleep.
Just hold on, I think I know what I'm doing. Was I just rolling 100? No, that doesn't work like that. No, I was rolling the dice.
You rolled exactly the same thing twice. Kenny doesn't wake up, but his mouth opens and he leans forward a bit and takes a bite of the sandwich in his sleep and begins to chew it. And
okay, I'm fucking this off, and I'm just gonna slap Kenny and then offer him a sandwich.
okay, Kenny, you wake up at the slap.
I thought I was having this dream where I was playing this single player game. It was great.
Sandwich, Kenny, sandwich. Need you. Sandwich first.
My anger's gonna subside slightly when I see the half-eaten sandwich. I'm gonna snatch it from him.
Hey, I'm meeting in this room. I'd like you there. I'm a little bit inebriated. I've stinned myself up, so I feel perked, but my brain ain't working right. And we need Otto there too.
Why are you inebriated?
I went and got fucking pissed. I was fucked off, and you were look so happy asleep. I didn't want to disturb you.
I was having a great dream. It was fantastic.
I didn't want to
I
disturb you.
slept like a baby.
I took Trantia out instead. She woke up.
Trantia stood next to Gaius looking a bit drunk, and she goes, "We had a fight, Kenny."
Fight?
Yeah, we killed some heretics.
You mean you took Trantia and you went out into the fucking Gallowsway with all the fucking cultists?
Yeah.
Diving with cultists?
Got pissed, then killed a few on the way back home. It's a good night.
I'm gonna look over Trantia. Do I see that she's hurt?
Not obviously, no. She's wearing flak armor and she has healed herself a little bit.
Okay. I'm gonna look. Guys, I would say,
That's fucking stupid, guys. You're meant to be the clever one. You're meant to be running this operation. You have to go and get fucking pissed on your own. Well, we try anyway.
That's exactly why I've woken you up before we go into this meeting.
I'm going to be the stupid one. Even I know it's a fucking daft idea. What are you thinking?
We killed sanctuaries, Kenny.
Yes, we killed Sanchez. It was a good night. Next time we'll invite you.
Fucking killing fucking cultists without me here.
We'll invite you next time, Kenny.
You fucking better invite me next time.
I will, I promise.
Going off your own, killing fucking people without me.
It seems to see how upset you are for the fact that I didn't let you sleep happily.
Well, I've been trying to keep Trantia alive for the last fucking few fights, eh?
I told her to run off and she still ran into combat.
Yeah, that's because she's a fighter.
I know, I was totally impressed, but I did have to murder the guy she's fighting against.
I remember when I charged into a squad of 8 and she charged in after me.
and I'm gonna look at her, kind of look at her quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Dreamily.
Fun.
Dreamily for a moment.
Canny, make a fellowship test, please, with plus 20.
Nope.
Okay. She just grins at you.
Fucking hell, so what's this fucking meeting?
Oh, I've been
I mean,
called
I've not even-
back.
I've not
I
even
would have
had-
been quite happy getting fucked up after we've just had. You can see this Suzuki dying.
Did you not
Going
Did you not
off.
think to come and see me for some fucking intoxicants?
Oh, you
You
look
went
so
off in-
happy.
You went off
Look
into
at
the
you,
fucking...
Kenny. You could rip my fucking arms off. If I pissed you off, would I woke you up? Do I want to take that risk? No.
The last thing Gaius needs is to lose another arm. Okay?
Yes,
He does
exactly.
have a point.
Exactly. Look
Look,
at you,
mine-
Kenny. You're a
mine-
big motherfucker, and I'm tough. You can fucking throw. I don't know. You'd be able to throw a fucking tank, as I see you.
My name's not Siegfried. I won't cost you another arm, guys.
All right then, Kenny.
Don't
Next
tar
time
me
you're
with
in.
his brush.
Somewhere in the hive, Siegfried just
His ears are burning.
a bit of a tick. Takes Zen, man.
Fine,
Kenny,
fine.
to be honest, mate, there's someone who's supposed to be untrustworthy, a pretty fucking trustworthy guy.
Yeah, well... Yeah, what goes round, it comes round, doesn't it?
Anyway, I'll always be straight with you, and we need to fucking go and drag Otto out of bed and wake him up.
Fine, I'm hungry.
So, I'm going to go pick Otto up and just take him to the meeting.
He's gonna he's just gonna nuzzle into you into your chest.
He is going to
And then
stay
say-
asleep as well because he hasn't had the
And then
minimum sleep he needs.
Okay,
And
that's
then
fine.
you say, "Oh, mother, yes, yes, I will make you proud." And then he's gonna like affix himself to like Cammy's nipple.
I'm going to pat Otto on the head and go,
Yes, yes. You've made me very proud.
Poor little crooked Otto.
At it together again, lads.
Saved all the while his money.
Yeah, great night. Great night.
All right. So you head back to the briefing room.
A boily bastard. He popped a lot, did he?
Pop it and lock it, baby.
Kenny, you said I should have come see you if I wanted any more drink. Still in the mood, to be honest. These boring bastards eating. Bore the shit out of me. I might fall to sleep. Have you got anything? Come on.
Yeah,
Got anything?
of course I fucking got something. I mean, do you know me at all?
I do know you. That's why.
No, it's only been a
asking
few
you.
weeks, but it feels like a lot longer.
What you got, Kenny? What can you offer me? Can you offer me a nice glass of Amsac? I'll do you solid.
I've got this
This-
stuff. It's quite pleasant to drink.
I'll hand him over the bottle of blush.
Okay.
This is great. Okay, yes, I will accept the bottle of blood.
It's delicious. But don't hog it.
I'll have a
No,
sip. of
no one
blood.
likes a hogger.
Sip of blush. We're going to the meeting. Why not?
Okay. Are you having a drink?
I am. Minus 30? Minus 40?
Minus. This will be. You were minus 30 before, weren't you? So it'd be minus 40 now.
Yes. We can do it. Oh, no, we can't. Stim's still active.
At the moment, yeah.
That's all right. They'll hit me in a big train soon.
Yeah, probably
Oh,
when
wait.
we need you most.
That's gonna be great.
Roll a D. Roll a D10, please.
But mate, I don't often get to play reckless with guys, but it's in morning.
You
Right,
do. You play your guy however you feel like playing him, mate. I'm not.
Yeah.
I honestly, as Alan, I don't care at all. Canny's pissed, probably a bit pissed with you, but that's mainly because you woke him up. And then went killing without him, but and endangered Trantia and all these other things. But
Oh no.
as Alan, I don't care at all, mate. It's
I did.
have a blast. You do you.
Okay, Gaius's skin slowly takes on a dark orange hue. Canny, you're looking for this, so you notice it straight away.
David Dickinson.
he's gone full Trump.
This week on Heresy.
It's a nice varnish you got there, guys. Nice coat of varnish, mate.
Hey, you think so?
Yeah.
I'm glowing. Like
Yeah,
I've never had a glow like this before. I'm usually pretty tanned, but
it's pretty good, that blush, and it's a good
like
shit.
I've got. Yeah. Oh, look at my fingers. Look at my fingers, man. Oh man. It's just gonna be like this for a second because he hasn't had blush before.
Canny's belly is going to rumble.
Bloody hell, that was a big rumble, mate.
Was that a hive quake?
A ration pack here for you, Caddy.
Okay, I'll eat the ration pack.
Hey. Gotta keep you fat.
What?
Right, thank you very much, Kenny.
No, I didn't hear that quite right. You want to say that again?
What was that, Kenny?
Yeah, I thought you said something.
Oh, it did!
But my hearing's not so good.
Oh, gotta keep you in that.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
Yeah, of course.
As you enter the briefing room, almost as if time paused for a moment, Captain Nils is still talking to these two men in the officers' garb of the sanctuaries. One of them wears a rank insignia slightly lower than her, the rank of an insignia that Gaius would recognise. Another man is wearing a much higher rank. He's not wearing full flag. He's just got like a carapace breastplate and a cap that looks armoured. He has a high-powered looking pistol and a chainsaw on his belt. And Captain Nils is speaking to the two of them. She says, if we split the men we have between these 4 points of ingress, and she indicates the map on the table in front of her, that gives us a platoon at each position. Fortified as they are, they should be able to hold for a while, but if one position falls, those men are going to get cut off real quickly from the gate. The lieutenant peers at the map. And he says, we stay in constant Vox communication with each team. If one position falls, we order a retreat, fall back to the Purity Gate. The Gallowsway will be lost if one position collapses. There's no sense in leaving the rest of the men to die. The other man, the man in the high-ranking officer's uniform, he has a cloak with epaulets fixed to it as well. He says, while I agree with your assessment, I feel you are missing the big picture. As soon as the fighting starts, what of the populace? We already have reason to suspect at least some of their number are compromised. A platoon might be able to hold one of these ingress points, but what if there are saboteurs within the district? We can't risk it. And even if the population are not compromised, what happens when the fighting starts? No, Captain, these people are already dead. They just haven't realized it yet. Our priority is to prevent this unknown force gaining entry to the hive proper. Your task, as always, is to defend the Purity Gate. The gate can hold back even those numbers for a time, assuming, of course, they don't have heavy weaponry or worse. Captain Nils turns at the sound of you approaching. And she says, oh, gentlemen, as per your man's request, and she frowns and points at Otto being carried in Canny's arms, says, we have constructed additional defences before the Purity Gate with some of the scrap metal. I've taken the liberty of constructing similar defences at each of the locations marked on your intel, but the General here thinks it's not worth the effort. We can't hope to hold those against those numbers for long, and we don't know what we're facing. The General turns towards you, and you see he has this curled, waxed moustache. And he says, these are the special investigators. And he looks you all over, and he approaches you, Gaius. Holds out a hand towards you. He says, General Calcior Delaney, Desolation Involute Cadra. I have been sent to coordinate the defence. I have 100 sanctuaries sent as reinforcements to join Captain Nils' men, and we have a regiment of the Involute themselves on the way, but they are 3 days or so out. Although this intel you provided is indeed valuable, we have no idea when this proposed attack is to take place. It could be imminent, it could be days away, or more. We cannot allow this attack to be successful. The ramifications are serious.
Well, General, what I've seen of tonight as well. Morning from my friend yesterday. I'd have a drink for the situation I'm in now. You'll not call for me.
You're breaking up a bit, Hayden.
Yeah, because of this information. I'm here and see you all. But Asby just says, why not just let them in and themselves one final blast. And the place crashing above those heretics' heads. Lure them in, let one of the gates fall. Because there's going to be saboteurs on the inside. We need some great bait on the inside because saboteurs will go for that. We'll lure them out. Take them to a place. Let them in. Omen and Wanna. I say.
You're suggesting using heavy ordnance inside the Gallowsway?
Rigged bombs, mines, and all sorts of stuff like that. Massive explosion. Just even get for all heretics here because we've just been attacked on the way home. As infiltrators to start with. People bearing gifts to accept them.
Nils speaks up and says, so they're still here. I sent my men to sweep the area, but it's hard to pick them out. It seems many of them
These
are
were
hiding.
bloody sanctuaries, man!
What?
Dead ones. The sick man from the other day. Emmett?
Claim it?
Yes.
No. He died earlier
Yes.
tonight while you were sleeping.
Yeah, I mean,
As I said, Trantia,
being
dead.
being dead don't count for much these days, does it?
Need to burn them all out the factory. Or they will rise. With a bad
The
feeling
general-
to everybody.
We burnt our friend. There's no way she's coming back.
The
But
general
he was there
speaks up.
tonight, real as flesh. And if you call me a liar, man,
The general speaks up and says, under no circumstances am I calling you a liar. However, I would request that you keep news of this quiet.
I've only mentioned it here,
information
man,
can
because it's
spook a lesser man. We need
course I know
our
that.
people in top
too all
shape.
important enough for me to tell you would not agree.
So, Nils, although she looks shocked, you see her nodding at the general's words, and the lieutenant looks very concerned, but he's nodding too. You can see the Vox operator standing beside the captain and the lieutenant. He looks very startled. The general says, understand, we cannot risk destroying the Gallowsway. This place processes the dead, the low-born dead of Hive Desolation. Imagine, if you will, the consequences of the thousands of daily dead that are sent here not being taken away. Rotted corpses on the streets, pestilence and disease would fester and spread. This will not do. We face
Not
an
what I'm
unknown
saying.
enemy.
What if all the bodies of the Gallowsways get up? That would be an army, wouldn't it?
Guys, we can't just leave the folk here to the cultists and to the dead. We've got to try and help them. Can't just leave them to their fate. It's not what the Emperor wants. The Emperor protects, remember.
Will do by Mighty Galaxy, one big bang.
So what exactly is you suggesting? You keep saying one big bang, but we can't destroy this district.
Something or someone they want. Something they will fight for. Something they want to overthrow so they can take a sector. What we need to be looking at is bait.
They want to take the whole Gallowsway, and then they've got an army of the dead at their disposal, haven't they?
What maybe we need to do is lure them in with different forces for them to defeat. We get them to a certain point in the Gallowsway as a safe point to explode them. Or create an ambush.
Perhaps you haven't seen the numbers.
I do have seen the numbers. That's why I'm thinking of blowing them all up.
No,
So
we can't let them in. We can't let them inside the walls.
if you look at the map that's on Roll20, you'll see there's 4 ingress points that Otto found marked, and there are numbers by each arrow. This is the intel that Otto found.
That's in the thousands, basically.
I've got to do some reading, Dave. What's it under?
Oh, on the map.
On the map, yeah. Say IA.
See the black arrows?
Yeah. No. What I'm asking for is where do I look to in this evidence Otto's collecting?
No, it's on the map. On the map is where the numbers are. Yeah.
Yeah, the black arrows.
I see him. A key. I had
are the numbers basically?
Yeah. I just didn't have a key there. That's what I was asking, basically. I forgot the name of the station.
We have 150 men, Gaius.
Not enough. Not enough to lose your lives for. Basically, a bunch of heretics would rather smack because they'll take this area anyway.
So, do you reckon the 30 men
I'm
can
trying to save
gates?
the lives of... Say that again. Sorry, Carrie. I'll shut up.
Shut up, Gaius, you're fucking drunk. You're not in no position to be commanding armies. You've been hitting the fucking rocket all night. Eh?
But I'm still stood here, man. With heretic deaths at my hand.
Trying to invite them inside the gates.
Otto switches a bit, seems to like wake up a bit, and then he just goes and nuzzles back into Canny's.
I'm gonna just stroke the back of his head softly.
The general cocks an eyebrow curiously.
I'm gonna look at the general. I'm gonna go.
I'm a special investigator.
Yes, of course you are. Yes.
As I stroke Otto's head softly
And say, look, Mr. General, can these gates be held? Can they be held at all against such numbers?
He indicates the 4 lesser gates and says, these we could perhaps hold for a time. However, the moment one of them is compromised, those men will become cut off as the sheer numbers begins to swarm into the Gallowsway. The Purity Gate, however, unless they have some serious firepower, it is designed to keep the bad things below the hive. It is 2 meters thick, adamantium and plasteel.
What about a series of rolling defences? We hold the outside gates as long as we can. We set up barricades along the roads, keep falling back, make them pay for every yard with blood, and then
set traps for them when they come in. Defenses.
But if you give up the Gallowsway too easy, you're just giving them an army of the dead for free.
There is some sense to this. We thin them as they enter. Then when we do fall back to the Purity Gate, there should be less of them. We can hold longer. I just hope that we can hold until the Involute get here. But like I say, we don't know when this attack is planned. Maybe the Involute will be here before the attack. Maybe not. However, my father was a surgeon. And he once told me something about his trade, that prevention is better than cure. To fight this cancer, he pronounces cancer very odd, you don't just sit there and hope to weather the storm. You cut it out. We can hold this gate as long as possible, but ultimately the gallows will fall if our regiment does not arrive. And even if they do, we may simply be prolonging the inevitable. If the Gallowsway falls, we lose the facilities. One way or another, it's people. And we can never be too sure if such desperate people will take sides. No, prevention is better than cure. We must stop this attack before it happens.
I say set the whole place to blow if I do get it.
Preposterous.
No way.
We blow this section of the hive, we kill millions.
And
They'll come tumbling down.
You are servants of the God Emperor, man. It is your duty to protect the citizens of this city.
Heresy out of humans' way. On bad
At what
seed.
cost, Mortalis?
Seed.
At what cost?
On bad seed is all it takes. Root again.
You'd have the whole planet subjected to exterminatus at this rate.
It
These
has been
people deserve a
discussed.
chance. These people deserve a chance to live.
Alright.
Actually, Kenny's not going to say that because he doesn't know anything about exterminatus. I'll take that.
So I'll agree to this. All in defence. As Caddy suggested. Those he
Well-
plays chess.
So what about this? What about these cultists? They're after another delivery of weapons. I was waiting for those before they pressed the attack. Wasn't it some merchant at the gantry or something?
I'm going to scratch my head thinking hard.
Gantry?
Yeah, like
You see Nils and the general exchanging looks for a moment?
yeah.
I'm going to have to wake up Otto, aren't I? Because Kenny's struggling with thinking.
I'll wake
Come
up
on.
for you.
Come on, Otto. We're playing a 2-player game here now. It needs to be a 3-player game.
I'm going to softly shake Otto, even though he hasn't had enough sleep. But we need him. This is his war room.
Okay.
I'm going to Otto. I'm going to sing to him softly and try and wake him up.
Trantia comes over and gently starts stroking his face and goes, "Come on, Otto. There's a good lad. Come on.
I'm going to come
wakey,
over
wakey."
and violently shake him and his arm and go, wake up!
Otto, I'd like you to make a toughness test, please, with a +20.
It's +20. That's twice my toughness. +20. Don't kill him. He's on your side.
Where's this gantry in relationship to the Gallowsway?
Down, far below the lower hive. It's in the depths of the underhive. Some sort of city that's been built up around the remains of a vessel that hangs from the substructure of the hive itself. It's, I believe it's enemy territory, and he looks at Captain Nils. Captain Nils nods. Yeah. That's Red Walk territory.
Otto sort of just twitches a bit and just goes, "Fuck off." Please.
You can wake up if you want. You will be fatigued.
Yeah, he says that, and then he's
Mission Otto. Remember, you show them all how clever you really are. And he goes, "Yes, man. I will."
I'm going to tap him
You're-
on his cave
you're
face
breaking
a
up a
couple
bit,
of
Johnny,
times.
Hello?
Here, Johnny Pro.
Hello, Kenny. Hello.
What?
Thanks for holding me.
That was.
Thought you was my dear sweet mother.
You don't weigh hardly anything, Otto.
Neither do you, Kenny.
and then he nuzzles back in a little bit and just like cuddles in a bit.
A voice comes from behind you all. Mortalis, good to see you. You turn around and you see standing there in full Arbite armour, Arbite Karel Hathard, Verispex Beatson, and the Psyker Greta Pussysoft.
What happens if you let me make a character, Dave?
The three of them walk in, glancing around the room, giving some very strange looks to Otto and Canny. Karel says,
So I just want to give Bata or Beta a appraising look. I'll give her a lustful smirk.
okay. Sorry we couldn't bring any more. Bit of a situation up, Hive. We have brought a few toys, though, and they dump a series of weapon crates on the floor in the room. Courtesy of Justicar Drummond. And they flip the crates open. Inside there are a couple of flamers, 4 heavy stubbers, a grenade launcher, and a crate of associated ammunition for each weapon.
Nice.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
Nice.
so I think I'm ready for you to put me down, Kelly.
You
You would.
sure.
You're ugly and you've
Yeah.
got a crooked spine.
I'm not saying that to him.
I'm putting him down.
Absolutely no need for that whatsoever. You put me down, Kelly, and then
I'm going to place him softly on the floor.
I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna rub my eyes a little bit, straighten my spectacles, and then walk over to my bag, pull out my thermos flask, just while everybody's just standing there waiting, expectantly, and then I'm just gonna pour some recap, just gently put it to my lips and. Right then, who's ready for a briefing? Okay, so. I can see that you're all gathered here as I anticipated, and that is good. What we got, and then I'm going to point at the general guy. What we got?
Raises another eyebrow at you. He says, well, and he begins to draw on the map. And he says, based on what we've just discussed, I suggest we build fire pits. There must be fuel, something flammable around here that we can use.
I was going to point at the Prometheum, the flamethrowers Prometheum. What, like Prometheum that's just been provided by our...
I think we might need a little more than that. There's this is a big area.
What have we got down here? I'm going to look at. I'm going to look to the enforcer guy. Or the what they called the
Sanctuaries.
The sanctuaries. I'm looking at the sanctuary guy and go, what we got in the way of flammables down here?
Oh, very little. We have a few frag grenades, but we have a little bit of promethium for the backup generator, but not a great deal.
What about that? What about alcohol? We went to a bar earlier on. Could that be a suitable place to obtain anything flammable?
Assuming it's high enough alcohol content, then yes.
There's only one way to find. There's only one way to find out.
We didn't blow up all the barrels there, did we?
And he's going to point at the what do you call it, the enforcer guy, sanctuary guy, and go, you get one of your men to go down to the bar and check and bring some alcohol and do some tests to see if it's flammable or not. That might be the source we need to actually get all the flammable materials.
I think you already know it's pretty flammable.
Yeah. Okay. So
since Canny killed about 8 people with a barrel of it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's our source of extra flames, which we will need for our fire pits. I think that would do very good. Then he's going to look at him and go, "Would I know what rank he is?" He's like, General. Have you got reinforcements on the way? What have we got? What have we got to play with? How many men have we got?
Currently, we have 150 sanctuaries. We have 1,500 of the Desolation Involute Cadre on the way. But as I said while you were napping, they are approximately 3 days out.
Well,
We haven't got time to wait for them. They'll have to come straight to the gate. Got an idea. I think it might work. We fall back from the main areas where they're going to attack. Draw them into the centre. In that centre, we're going to rig explosives.
That's what I
and alcohol. We don't know that he was asleep.
Kenny's just going to shake his head, put his hand over his face, shake his head.
Hey, that's lives. Trap, blow him up, set him on fire, kill him.
Okay,
so basically, we draw them in, fall back, and then we ignite it with the biggest explosion of flame. Should hopefully be able to take them down. The only problem with that is collateral damage. Might burn the way through, but to be fair, if we douse all the corpses down here, there's no chance of them coming back from the dead, which is seems to be a bit of an issue. We messed us dead down here. What do you think?
I like the plan, Otto. I'm pleased we woke you up.
We also need
to like slapping you again because you're a good idea.
We can't have civilians fall into panic. So if we order an orderly evacuation, it's a drill. Just say it's an upper hive drill, or an orderly evacuation, but also a screening as people leave, so that none of the taint goes into the upper hive. So we can test that way.
Kick out all those who remain.
That's it. That way we can draw out any of the any of the enemy as well, because they're not going to come to a screening. They're not going to go through the screening, are they? So we have to have some men ready there to shoot them down.
Yeah, send them out different gates as a shield wall.
Yeah, we've got to send them out of the main gate. We've got to
Pete, tell there's Victor Beyond. Send them out gate different every time. It'll slow the enemy down.
No, we're trying to. We're just trying to evacuate those that can be saved.
They'll never work, Otto. There's too many of them. There's cultists all amongst them.
No, I'm not on about that. Well, we've got time now. We need to start evacuating the citizens that live down here, because who's going to basically man this place once we've retaken it? Once we've defended it, who's going to basically keep the facilities going? Then there's going to be corpses in the upper hives as well, disease and pestilence spreading. That's the last thing we want when we've got an incursion like this over here. So we need to evacuate these people out, burn all the corpses that are here so they can't be a threat to anybody, or just grind them up so they can't do nothing, and then basically torch them, incinerate them, and make sure that there's nothing that the enemy can use.
What's the population in the Gallowsway?
Approximately 50,000.
Okay.
Is
right.
It like a Scunthorpe then? What? Oh, never mind. I'm just met.
Spacethorpe.
The general draws your attention to the map and says, perhaps we can do a screened evacuation before they get here. However, we will have to keep some of the men in reserve to watch over those that evacuate, and we can't let them wander out into the city. Displaced citizens just will not do. However, he points at the map, and he begins to show you his plan. And he points at the cyan blue lines and says, we build high, sturdy barricades at these positions. He points at the purple lines. We build fire pits over each gate. We funnel all the enemy into these red areas. We form a fighting retreat from each gate back towards the Purity Gate. We funnel them into one position. We line the area with explosives, falling traps. We weaken some of the walls, use everything we can to thin them out. And then, once we retreat to the gate, we hold until the cadre get here.
We could get as much as we can and just douse the floors as well. So when these explosions go off, it could set a flame trail that basically goes all the way into the guys that are coming in behind them, sets them on fire. By the time they get to anywhere near our men, they'll have fallen to bits. What do you think?
It might work. Captain Nils says it'll work in some locations, but we do have the rain issue in the Gallowsway. We're going to have to be careful where we do such traps.
Okay.
The general turns to the captain and says, "Captain, organize your men. Begin building the defences, barricades, and fire pits." She says, "At once, General." And she turns back to your group. Says, "There is someone else here to see you. Turned up about half an hour ago or so. Right polite fellow, well dressed. Special investigator Glabok or something. I don't know. He headed to the Mortuaris Factorum. Wanted to take a look around."
Okay. Show me through, please.
He could hold a gate on his own, couldn't he?
He's quite a special investigator. Yeah, certainly. We completely forgot about Gladys.
He's been on his own in the mansion for the past day. God knows what he's been up to.
Rubbing the orb on himself.
She also passes you, Otto, a data slate and says, "While my boys were burning the bodies in the Factorum, they found some weird graffiti. They scorched it from the walls, but I took some pics for it for you." And she hands you the data slate. And you can see these pictures. And it's muck and filth painted onto the walls of the Factorum. And it looks a lot like this.
I've got no idea what that is.
That won't be a word. Three skulls, 3 oozing marks on it. There's a pattern here somewhere. Nearly.
So you both Gaius and Otto do recognise the iconography.
Yeah.
Without shadow of doubt.
Look at Gaius and frown. I'm like, this isn't good.
Virtualize, Otto. It's out.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Got me to feel a bit queasy there. More recap. This reaches bring some more recap. Right. Proceed. We should proceed with the plan. General, you're the doctor. You give the orders.
Alright. So, virtually what the general said with the traps in battle.
Yeah. So Captain Mills is already organised or ordered her men to go and start doing all this. Start building these barricades and fire pits. Gather the alcohol from Sal's.
Take a plan, man.
Yeah.
I like it. I think we should have one more major death trap on the inside of the gate. If they pass.
If only we had
Say
some
again?
tank.
Yes, I'm posing one more death trap next to the Purity Gate on the outside, so the crowd just simply breaks away.
If only we had a hell hat. Is that what they call them, General? If only we had some of those. They'd be well useful right now.
Unfortunately, getting heavy ordnance and artillery and tanks down here would be more than difficult.
Yes, it's a bit of a bugger there. Well, we'll have to just make do with what we've got. If all goes tits up, we can fall back to the main gate, to the is it the Eternity Gate or whatever it's called?
Purity Gate.
The Purity Gate, yeah, that's it, the Purity Gate, and we can hold them there. The numbers.
As I say, the gate can hold for a time. We can pick off infantry easily enough, but if they have anything heavy hitting, sooner or later they're going to get through that gate. However, if we can hold long enough for the Involute to get here, we'll have our own heavy hitting weapons. I just hope that the attack doesn't happen before then.
We need to. Another thing that we need to consider: we need to shut down these facilities so that no more bodies are arriving. There's no use us burning out all these bodies and getting rid of them if more are being sent down the chutes as well. We need to have a contingency plan in place. Is there anywhere in the lower halves, but not here, where bodies could be stored and basically incinerated immediately and processed that way? Obviously, it's going to knacker production here for a day or two, but we need to just make sure that they're not getting reinforcements, as it were, sent down the hatches to this location. So we need to basically contain any bodies of lower calibers in one area and basically just incinerate them as a rule.
Captain Nils says each chute to the charnel houses can be sealed on this level. We can close them up, I suppose. The bodies will keep coming, but they'll just stack up in the chutes. They won't actually make their way down into the Gallowsway.
That sounds like a plan. And if there's any way we can just send some flame down there or something, you know what I mean? When your boys arrive, they'll be able to take care of that, will they, General?
Absolutely. Assuming we haven't already been wiped out by then.
Oh, General, you've got to be optimistic about these things. We've got the God Emperor on our side.
I hope you're right.
Kenny's going to look over the
Usually
mustache
am.
of the general, and he's going to debate getting a mustache himself.
Fancy hat, moustache. He's really cutting a figure in society. Love it. Okay. Thought I was going to sit there and go and nod his head approvingly. You have your orders, men.
So,
Yes, I concur. Sounds like a good plan.
so we're going to try and cut the head off this snake before it even gets going.
Would be nice.
Yeah.
There must be somebody There must be some head honcho ruling the show. If we cause lots of damage, it'll force him to show his face. That's when we blast it off.
I'm going to say, so what have we learned about that gantry? And wasn't there a
Sit down there.
they
It's
were
basically like
going to trade for some more weapons down there? Is that right?
Yeah, so what you learned was so you know there's been lots of bodies missing. There's apparently been this official internal investigation that explains most of them as, being purged because they were corrupted or things like that. But you also found these records indicating that large numbers of something have been traded in the town of Gantry for weapons and armor. And they've been traded with a man called Omar Endish.
I think we need to get Gladstock on board and take ourselves down there and try to interrupt this last weapons trade, if we can. How far away is it, you say? How long would it take to get there?
Several.
Say the Red Walk. Who are they?
Bit of recon.
Territory.
A flesh cutter gang. They rule the entire town. It's a little bit out of our jurisdiction, so we don't really get involved. But I feel I must warn you: if you're going down there, you do not want to go dressed like. And she points at Gaius. If they think for a minute you are lawmen, you will be dead. Oh, and one other thing. They don't allow guns in Gantry. Blades only.
Yeah, well, guns are overrated anyway.
And that's exactly what the Red Walk think as well.
Yeah, well, I'm of a mind to agree with them. I mean, most flesh cutters are fucking idiots, but they do have some things right. There's a purity in the blade. Killing a man, looking into his eyes.
it's going to
You just don't get that with a ranged weapon. Do you what, sir?
weekly wait. He's going to raise his hand and go,
Can he? And on this occasion, I'm inclined to disagree with you. I'd rather shoot somebody from miles away.
I've got an idea. You could hide a gun inside a thermos flask. Smuggle it in.
You should say that. But yeah, that's in the pipeline. I've already considered this.
Somewhere
Yeah.
1,000 miles away, Veneta twitches.
Okay, I'm going to just get myself a drink. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
hopefully make some more progress for us because it's necessary.
How many wounds is Otto on?
2. 2 wounds. He's pretty fucked up, man. He's
Have I got first aid kit? I could probably administer that to you.
He has been first aided since he was wounded. I think he was on minus wounds, wasn't he? But Trantia can. Trantia, during this sort of tail end of this conversation, just comes up, rests a hand on your shoulder, Otto, and says, "How are you doing, Otto?" And you see this brief flicker from her hands, and you start to feel a little bit better, and you regain 4 wounds.
Oh, feel a lot better for your kind touch, Trantia. And he's going to fix her with a crooked smolder.
She pats you on the head in much the same way that you'd pat a slightly warty dog.
he's going to turn away and and just go. Oh.
So play the long game. When everyone else is dead, she'll have no other choice.
There's like a list of possibilities for Trantia, and Gladstock's about here, and Otto's like Gladstock in Slough form is here, and Otto's below that. Yeah. And Fat Les is slightly above Otto.
He's always got the mansion archive.
And it's Gladstock in Slough form, Fat Les, Jeeves, Otto.
Yeah, but Otto thinks he's right up here. So it's like,
Typical arrogant Otto style.
I can't resist my crooked charms.
My crooked charms. It's like some bizarre cereal. It's a knockoff brand of Lucky Charms.
Yeah,
It's like balls where it comes out your asshole or something. It's like dark.
All the misshapen. The misshapen Lucky Charms that don't pass the quality control end up in a box called Crooked Charms.
Yeah.
We're just discussing.
Your hands on me, crooked charms.
We're just discussing, Al, that Otto, like Trantia just patted Otto on the head, and I said she did it like you would pat a warty dog, and he was like, "Oh, Otto's in with a chance." And I was like, "The order of preference for Trantia is Gladstock in Slough form, Fat Les, Jeeves, Otto."
Oh no.
Otto thinks he's right up here.
Can't resist me crooked charm.
He can't resist the crooked charm.
Where's Carrie on that list?
Canny's not really Trantia's cup of tea, but she definitely likes him because she's been quite kind to him, and she's developing a bit of a friendship with him.
It's free.
There's a few people. I'll be honest. There's a few people that Trantia's got her eye on. But anyway, right. So what are you up to, guys?
So we're doing a recon mission then, down to the gantry.
Yeah, well, I suggest we get Gladstock on board if he's here. He's a fucking killer. If he's free, we should bring him with us.
I think that's a good idea.
We've got a space on our squad. Got space on our squad now, anyway, haven't we?
Yeah. We need somebody that's
A fighter.
at least as good as Susie was.
Yeah. Or else we'll be under strength.
I don't know. We can survive it, lads.
You come, Johnny.
Everything about seeing Suzuki was a picture. That was the only thing that was good about her.
You'll never see it again now. You'll never ever see that picture again.
That's one. It's one. Yeah. Dave's like. That's when Dave goes all Otto and he goes, "That's one for the archives."
Yeah, I suspect we should see Gladstock before we go. And then we need to get Gaius some sort of disguise because he looks like a fucking cop. And then, yeah. Then we can go down the red walkway.
Yeah, sounds
Ask a
like a
few
plan.
questions. See if we find this merchant. See if we can interrupt this trade.
Aye.
Cut off this whole insurrection before it gets started.
Yeah. Good.
But it's up to you guys. I mean, you are in charge.
I'm gonna go with you, but to be honest, I feel a little bit blasé tonight.
Yeah, alright. Okay. I've just got something I need to do before we see Gladstock. If you just need some alone time.
You. What for?
Are you going to give yourself a stranger with Susie's arm?
You're an animal, Johnny. You're a beast.
He gives himself a straight with.
There.
It's like she's really there.
Oh no, she's got sharp claws!
All right, Kenny, what are you doing?
Is there like what's the deal? I don't know what's. I basically need some private time. I don't know if there's any. I don't know where's available in this police station, or if I need to go for a walk somewhere.
There are toilets.
I know it seems a bit dirty. What I had planned to do in a toilet. I mean, a bit seedy, you know. I might go walk off to where I burned Susie. That maybe seems to be a fitting place.
That's just outside the Gallowsway, like outside the Purity Gate.
Yeah. I think I'll wander off that way.
Okay.
To where the burnt corpse of Susie Suzuki is.
Okay. So you take a little walk.
Okay. So once I'm there, I'll look around, make sure I've not been followed.
Make an awareness test.
That's
What you got?
20. 2 degrees of success, or 3 if it's site-based.
Okay, so you're pretty sure that there's nobody watching you.
Okay, good. I'm going to take out Susie's arm out of my backpack. And I'm going to take out my meat cleaver, and I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk to Susie. I'm going to say,
Susie, I'm sorry that it come to this. I should have been at your side quicker. I spent too long with our overlord. I wasn't quick enough. I should have saved you. I should have charged in and taunted the cultists quicker. I let you down, Susie. I feel I should have liked you more than I did. I mean, you're easy on the eye, sure. Deadly in combat, I guess. You didn't have the elegance or the sheer bloodlust of Trantia. And Trantia doesn't mind that feed. And you weren't smart like V is. You couldn't make me a killing blade like this. And you're not as cuddly as Fat Fanny. No, Susie, forget all that. I always thought, Susie, that when you eat someone's flesh, you take part of their strength. You were unlucky. You were probably deadly if you got the chance. But you were strong, and you must have had courage to try and compete with me. Would have been good to fight in the arena with you, Susie. But we'll never know. Perhaps you will live on through me. Perhaps you will make me stronger. Anyway, it can't do any harm. I've eaten worse. I will honour you in my own way.
what I'd like to do is to strip off the flesh off Susie's arm and to eat it. I would like to get some of the ashes from a corpse and rub them into my belly scar so it makes a good scar.
Okay.
I'd like to heal with 2 fate points, please.
Okay.
It's 8 wounds.
Are you using the cleaver to rip the flesh off?
Yeah, I just want to strip out. I'm going to be
Yeah.
gentle, almost gentle, with it. Just take all the flesh off. I know that some of it's kind of maybe augmetic in there, so
I'll
probably keep that.
I'll tell you what you see as you cut the flesh away. You realise that the part of the wrist, the bones in the hand, and the fingers are reinforced with metal. The bones are still there, but there is metal reinforcing them, and there are holes drilled all the way through the finger up into the bones of the hands. And you realise that these claws that she has extend from these bones in the hand out of her fingertips. And they're very, very sharp. And as you're stripping the meat away, Canny, for a brief moment, the hand twitches. And you're not certain, but you think at one point the hand does this.
Dear. I'm going to keep the. I'll keep that as a keepsake, I think.
Okay. So you can add Susie's mono claws to your inventory.
I'll crack the bone and suck out the marrow in her forearm.
Yep. Yeah, there's no marrow in her actual hand and finger
No.
bones, but there is in the forearm.
Okay, and then when my belly stops rumbling, I'll head back to the others.
Okay.
So that puts me on 7 wounds now.
Make an awareness test, please, Canny.
That's a fail.
All right. Okay, so you head back to the Purity Gate. What are you doing? You say you're off to see Gladstock.
Yeah, I mean that's what I suggest we do, guys. Go and see what Gladstock's got to say. If he's not busy, we'll take him with us.
He's worth 10 men in a fight. 20.
Okay, so you head to the Manufactorum, where you fought the cultists, and you push back inside. And standing, you see as well, around the Factorum there are piles of scorched meat and bones, and a few other piles of stuff. There's patches on the walls that have obviously been cleansed with holy flame. And standing in the middle of the Factorum, in between two of the conveyor belts, looking around, is Mr. Gladstock. Right now, looking a lot like that.
Hey, Glads.
The machinery has all been shut down. There are still dead on the conveyor system in these trays. And Gladstock moves around the area and he's touching things here and there and he examines his fingers occasionally. And he sees you all enter. He says, good to see you all. There is rot here. Pestilence beyond that of ordinary decay. Such things occur in the presence of followers of the Plague God. But I do not believe it has fully taken root. Perhaps this place can be saved.
That's what we think, anyway.
Yeah, you've got to give him a chance. You've got to give him a chance to fight against evils.
He walks around the machinery towards you and says, Alyssa picked up the call to Drummond and the Sanctuaries. It seems she has been monitoring the Gallowsway, keeping an eye on you, so to speak, and she informed me. And I hope I haven't overstepped my boundaries, but I was listening in to your conversation with the captain and the general. I think it's a good defensive plan. However, The fate of these people, the Gallowsway, is not our concern. Our objective is to find the orb.
Yeah, well, it's one of these brothers who's got the orb, haven't they? This one who died, he'd nicked a piece of it, like. So the rest of it's still out there, I reckon. These brothers, they're behind all this fucking malarkey, and they're squabbling. They have these little power games against each other. It's like sibling rivalry, but with cults.
It's not unheard of for various cults of the entities of the warp to squabble amongst themselves, often within their own faction, never mind against each other. It wouldn't surprise me if there were more than one cult to the Plague Lord upon this world of such filth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it's a pretty dirty place down here. I mean, you can't eat your dinner off it, can you? I wouldn't.
No. Unfortunately, regions like this are often prone to such cults taking a foothold. They must be stamped out wherever they are found.
Yeah.
And that's where we come in. And then Otto's going to sort of stamp his foot forward a little bit. And that's where we come in. Like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we like stamping. Don't we, Gaius?
Yeah.
Gaius likes stamping.
Yeah, well,
Are you playing D&D, guys?
Just try out my goblin voice, yeah.
Hey.
So, do you... So do you have a plan?
Oh, I thought we'd kind of walk up there and just fight our way in. No, we don't need to fight our way in. If they try and stop us, then we'll fight our way in.
Fight your way in where? Right, so let's assume that you're going to tell Gladstock
All about
stuff.
the gantry. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can give him the
Yeah.
dump. But yeah,
We've got to go down to this gantry. See, they're going to do another trade for weapons. And it's this other brother who's got the rest of the orb.
so there's three brothers, right? It's the
Three
middle one. who's
brothers.
got the middle one's got the orb.
Yeah, the
and he had
youngest
the
one is dead.
fragments. Yeah, and he stole the fragment off the middle one.
Yeah.
And the middle one was also trying to impress the older one.
Yes.
And so whose cult is the Blessed Flesh? That's the
Blessed
middle one.
Flesh is the middle one, yeah.
Yeah, and it was the younger one on about his. It was the younger one who was basically saying the Blessed Flesh is no good compared with his cult. Is that right?
No, he said the Blessed Flesh is a shadow of the Callers of Sorrow, and he referred to the Callers of Sorrow as being his eldest brothers.
Ah,
people.
right, okay. Yeah, I'm with you now. Yeah, I'm with you. So,
They're basically all trying to get the favour of the eldest brother.
I see. I see.
Okay, so after you've explained a few bits to...
It's quite cute, Gladstone. The following in the brothers' footsteps, looking up to him. Trying to improve on what the brothers have done. It's kind of sweet in a way. If it wasn't heretical.
Just for a moment as you say this, Gladstock takes on a little whimsical look like he's lost in memory. And then he shakes his head. He says, Gantry, I know this place. I've been there. You'll need to change your clothing, Gaius. In fact, the scruffier you all look, the better. Announcing yourselves as Arbites or the Inquisition would be death there. It is a gang town. It's wild, uncivilized. I'd recommend subtlety. Pretend to be travellers, scavengers on your way deeper down into the wastes, bounty hunters, mercenaries, anything but what you are. If the people learn your true identity, I know you're good, I know you're tough, but there is no way you'll survive down there in a town full of gangsters.
Does
Say again, Hayden, you broke up?
that mean you're asking me to lie?
Yeah,
Not-
of course he's asking you to fucking lie. Be stupid.
That's
you
disgraceful.
fucking are right down there.
Gaius,
You're not an imbecile, Gaius.
Think of it as an undercover investigation in the name of the god Emperor of Mankind, Gaius.
It's for the greater good.
All right then. All right.
I've brought a few bits and pieces. I thought you might need a few bits. The ground car is parked outside the Purity Gate. I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of going through your things. I've brought most of your equipment with me.
Did you bring a recharge pack from Meltgun?
Unfortunately, I don't have one, Gaius, although the Inquisitor has asked me to try and source one. But my contacts on Desolation are, as I'm sure you understand, long since dead. I know very few people still on this world.
Let's finish my shotgun bit, did he?
He did.
I reload into my shotgun shells and put 2 incendiary rounds
Okay.
in my arm. That's okay?
Yeah.
So there's no point in having an unloaded melter. Yeah.
Rightio, make a tech Q's test with a +10, please.
Oh, I'm sure Fat Les has shown me how to do this before.
He has, that's why you get a +10.
I've just said it to myself. No voice in my head. Techies. I have techie. +10.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. You very nimbly slot the melt gun out and jam the shotgun in and fit a couple of incendiary rounds in.
Just gonna go and make sure the dog doesn't need letting out. Ask him. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that'll help. Say no guns. They did. A shield's not a gun. It looks very bitey, doesn't it?
No, my flask.
The shield is very arbitey, and you know quite a bit about the blessed flesh. You know quite a bit about flesh cutters. You know they like to fight with blades, but you could assume that your power maul will be okay. It might raise a bit of attention because it's a very high-tech weapon. The shield. You've got 2 shields, haven't you? You've got your Arbite shield and you've got your original shield, which isn't quite as good.
Yeah, I'll put away my Arbite shield then, take my original shield.
Yeah.
My original Enforcer armor though is sprayed all different colours, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all fucked up, like intentionally fucked up in it. Like Les re-sprayed it blue. But it's been through that much combat. It's chipped and scratched and battered. And you kind of asked him to leave it like that. So it doesn't look all shiny and new. So
yeah. I wear my old beaten up armour, mesh coat, take off anything realistic and arbitey and change it for the other. I'll have to take my rune mace.
I mean, like I say, you could
smash corruption into people.
You could maybe get away with the power maul, but like I say, it's a very expensive, very high-tech piece of equipment, and it will draw attention. It won't make people automatically assume you're an Arbite or Inquisition or anything, but it will draw attention.
I think the Rumos will probably draw less attention, being a bit more ostentatious.
Yeah.
So I'll take the room mace for the first time.
Plus, it's a good chance to have a play with it, isn't it?
Yeah, get to smite corruption into people.
Yep. Actually, yeah, because you've got some corruption points now, haven't you? So it does extra damage.
Yeah.
It does +1 for every 10 corruption points, doesn't it? So,
for fuck's sake.
So it's actually
better now.
It's better now than when it was before.
Picked it up when it's actually a bit better.
This is the reason I gave you it, just in case you did end up corrupted. It was like a good alternative to the power maul, basically.
eight last game.
Yeah, well, you're down in the depths of the hive fighting a fucking Nurgle cult. You are going to be exposed to this shit.
Yeah, that's quite a high increase. Shit.
All right.
Oh well. Oh, that's just how it is, though.
Okay, so is there anything else you'd like to do in preparation for this? Trantia, by the way, Trantia's going to drop her flak because it's very pristine, and she's going to put on some clothes that Gladstock's brought her with her mesh underlay that she normally has.
Is there any extra clothes I can bang over any bits of my armour? I'm going to tie a few rags around myself.
Yeah, Gladstock's brought some clothes, some like tattered fucking cloaks and things like that. So you can dress yourselves up to look a bit more like, not necessarily underhive dwellers, but the sort of people that might visit a place like Gantry.
Well, I'm going to class myself as a mercenary when I go in there. And that'll explain my dress, everything.
Cool.
And that'll be my cover story.
Okay, so you're all going in as mercenaries or just Gaius?
Well, I think we'll stick as a group. Whatever our cover is, we should use the same cover between us. So, but yeah, we come in as mercenaries. Maybe they'll see me, want to recruit me. Maybe they want me to be a flesh cutter. I mean, I've got this dashing hat.
I think we'll pose as mercenaries. And we know we're not from the area, so we leave the guns away.
Yeah, I'll leave my my ranged weapons.
My ranged weapons will all stay, apart from what's loaded in my arm.
I've got my mono cutlass, so I'll stick with that.
Just to clarify, they collect firearms at the gate, and they do allow people to retrieve them when they leave. Gantry might be a lower hive gang town, but they thrive and depend upon trade. They just expect weapons such as firearms to be left at the gate to be collected upon leaving.
All right. I'll leave some there. I'm not going to take my favourite stuff. Bring my shotgun with me.
For that special item finished. If that special item was finished, that Manette was working on for me, the thermos flask.
Miss Calamere and her team are yet to return from the mountain. They are out of Vox contact. I've instructed Alyssa to brief them on the situation here should they return, and to head down to support us.
So that's a no then.
Well, they left before you, Otto, so yes, come on, you're smart, figure it out.
Sorry,
it gives you a cheeky wink.
It's been a long day. You get this one. You win this round, Gladstock. I'll get you yet. And it just goes. He just stops
what other information might you have told him that he might be able to pass on? When you tell him about the Callers of Sorrow, he says, "You may recall when we first arrived on Desolation, the Inquisitor tasked me with contacting a known agent of ours, Fadel, a sleeper agent of sorts. She has her ear to the ground on Desolation. She has briefed me on known threats which may have been of interest to the Inquisitor, power groups, known cults, that sort of thing. The Callers of Sorrow are a known cult of sorts. Their name is whispered in the dark places of the city. They are known to worship the chaos god Nurgle, but other than that, little else is known of them. A few pox-ridden heretics caught by the Arbites and interrogated have given up little intel. Pain seems to not be a great motivator to them. I made the Inquisitor aware of the cult's presence. She said it would be something to look into after our primary objective was achieved. It seems, however, that this cult is embroiled in our current investigation." And he also says of the blessed flesh. This phrase, I have heard it before, but I'm not sure when.
It's all the time around
let's
here,
talk.
brother.
Thought something very important. If you brought any rations with you, we'll need rations. Did you bring any food with you?
I'm going to assume that this conversation is taking place at the ground car while you're changing all your gear. And he says, he looks at you and he grins and says, "Oh yes, I brought food, Kenny, for everyone." And he reaches into a bag, reaches into the boot, and he pulls out 2 bags. And he hands one to you, Gaius,
Oh, brilliant.
and he hands one to you, Kenny.
I'm going to eat a bit of my sandwich, or whatever it is, right now to try to sober myself up a little bit for when the stims wear off.
Okay. So the bag he hands you, Gaius, is full of Mrs. Special sandwiches and assorted other like high calorie ration packs, pieces like that. And there's also a fresh flask of recaf for Otto. Canny, your bag is full of a different kind of food.
I'll have a quick sneaky peek.
Bodies.
You recognise some of the bits and pieces as being various limbs of Lord Eldon's men that you've had in cold storage for the last couple of months.
I'm going to give Gladstock my winning smile.
And he says,
I'll nod my head slightly.
He points into the bag at one particular arm and says, "Try the ginger, surprisingly sweet."
There. Okay.
You're all sick. I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds sick. Why would you eat a ginger?
Type of biscuit, ginger. Ginger nuts.
He says,
You nuts to yourself, Kenny.
he says to you,
Delicacy. What are you laughing at, Ohio? Got a dirty mind, that's your problem.
You said ginger nuts.
You just spend too much time on a cogitator, that's your problem.
Yeah.
Don't deny it.
Yeah.
he says, Gladstock says to you, well, you'll probably struggle to get a Vox signal while you're down there, so we probably won't be able to keep in touch. So I'll wish you good luck on your endeavour.
Good set. Let's talk. Got 2 cans and a piece of string.
You'd need a very long piece of string, guys.
Oh, damn it, let's have.
It'll never work, guys! It'll never work!
We used to do that as kids back in Capella. Signals are really bad.
Fucking string.
All right, so it's nearly 10 o'clock. I've got to pick Leanne up. It's up to you guys. We can either leave it there, or I'll only be about 10 minutes, and we can carry on for a little bit if you want. It's up to you.
Carry on for a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll just
It's the last
pick
one.
Leanne up.
It's the last one for nearly a month, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So I'll be back very shortly. Catch you in a minute.
All right. Don't know if anybody else objected, but
No.
Nobody
I mean,
spoke up.
I've got to take the dog for a walk.
Take it out for we now.
I need to take it for a walk because it was too warm earlier, and it's so I've got to do that before I go to bed, really. So
I know what you're saying about being too warm. I was getting that. I bollocked my own grandman today. Don't normally bollock him, but he was shit today. I had to say something. I told him to wait. State the things he's done already to fucking slacking off his time and told him to pull his weight again. He worked like a motherfucker after that. I had to tell him. He's been shit. There's a big pile on there. I'd hear the chippy going, but nothing going through it. And then it'd be still going. Well, you're burning my petrol to see I like working, but I know the difference when it's been something and not. Went up.
Yeah.
Called him. I'm on 30 job centre. It's like, well, I don't fucking care, man. You're working for me.
Very good.
So the phone could have been off at that point in time. That's nothing. Come on. Then I told him he's not pulling his weight. And then he worked really hard for that rest of the afternoon. So,
Motivator.
yeah, you all had enough of him being blasé.
Yeah.
So when you say stuff like
something
sometimes he probably already knew. You know what I mean? You know, so kind of telling something he already knows. So
exactly. You've got to make him feel this.
yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, but you've got to speak up if you know. That's the way.
No,
you think.
so I'm not,
Yeah, well,
not
that's-
satisfied.
Stated in time for him. Stated in time how long he'd been on each incident. It cost me 10 minutes here, you got 20 minutes there, and then it cost me 30 minutes there. Oh, sorry. So, well, fucking get on and work. Yes. I was near to the point where I felt like throttling him, not working fast enough because I wanted to do another job that afternoon. It would have been easily done if I'd had a huge on it. We would have gained that in like half the time of what he moves at.
Mate, I'm off for 2 weeks,
fucking would.
If you need to play fucking blitz.
I might start booking you up on weekend where you so just do a weekend together working.
Yeah.
Earn some money and I'll do my days off different. So I'll work Saturday with you every once in 2 weeks. Do a week around that. Yeah, I might do that.
I'd rather do that for you, some cash, than do it for my own company that I work for. To be honest, because it's like I'll do that all
you'll
week.
earn more than me and work less time.
That's what I mean. So, yeah, that's great. You know what I mean? That's the thing. So, yeah, I'd be happy to do that, mate. I'm feeling the burn, man, at the moment. I'm feeling the burn. It's like I get money and it sort of like goes pretty quick.
Well, I might get you in a couple of Saturdays time then, not this Saturday, but the Saturday after.
Yeah, no
do
worries,
a
man.
tree job with me because you know what to do, and I reckon you're oh, bless Danny. He's strong enough. Pull anything over.
He's not strong enough.
Oh, like a branch snaps on the first try when you decide if it's going to be a good sparring tool. It's like that branch which snaps on the first try. Is it? It's just not
like,
strong enough.
Not strong enough.
I was working on a job and I had Danny and this other fucking young lad, supposedly a digger fencer guy, on the rope. Pulled this bit of a tree over. Well, they weren't going anywhere, so I got down for them. I got behind my cut, walked over them, grabbed the fucking rope and just pulled it over my fucking self. I was like, fuck's sake. Yeah, bloody weaklings.
Yeah, pathetic.
I know.
Pathetic.
You're supposed to be working for a living. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm overly harsh because I'm built naturally strong and fucking.
You despise weakness, basically.
I do a little bit, yeah. If for working for me, I despise it.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like
no, it's not weakness. I despise inefficient.
Yeah.
That is the word. It's not weakness because you got a weak man, but it's quick. That's fine.
Honestly,
that's fine.
I generally feel like that on a daily basis at work because there's people who just stop and chat for ages and stuff as well. It's just like, you know, I mean, I'm here to fucking do a job. You know, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. So it's like they've started recording stats, and I'm like, you know, for how many pellets you pick and process and all that sort of stuff. I'm getting like twice as many as some people, 4 times as many as others, and it's like, you know, efficiency. You know, that's efficiency.
It's the right
it's not getting
competitive attitude to put into the workplace. So it's
honestly, it's like I just crack on with it. It's like
that's the gamer mentality they're trying to put at work at you.
Basically. It's like so like my there is another guy there that works for me. He's got more experience than me on the trucks as well. He is actually a little bit faster than I am. I think it's just I think it's because he knows smarter ways of doing things. But actually, in terms of movement and how he does things, you know, when I'm sort of like slinging the bags and stuff as well, I can do that faster than him. I think it's just the way he organises his pallets and stuff like that.
Yeah, you've got to have that routine set, you stack in order, and how most efficiently to pick up your bag, all in your head to make you super efficient.
Basically, yeah.
I tell you what, like Alan, his first day of doing tree work with me was quicker than Danny Brown, who's worked for me on and off for over a year. I would rather take Alan out with me because one, I get a better conversation, no bullshit, and two, would be able to fucking work quicker.
I'd gladly earn some more money with you, Hayden, but at the minute I'm not driving, so I can't come anywhere. So when I get
Tell you what, Alan, if I have a weekend job on Scunthorpe where I need a man, I will ask you and pay you.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, I'm not super strong, but I'll certainly try and do as well as I can. You know.
Oh no,
and,
I'll cut them all in. It's just you've just got to be efficient and paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
all I ask.
You know, I won't slack off if I'm working for you. You know?
Oh no, I've seen you work underneath me. Honestly, say if I've got to go out some way on weekend wise, I'll get Johnny. Out Scunthorpe way on, I'll get you on a weekend.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
if you're both happy with that,
That's fine.
Also, mate, I say I'm always happy for extra money. It's I say it just seems to go super quick. I'm not.
It really does.
It's, you know, soon goes, man. It's only
it does. Everything's so expensive. You just need to go to the shop.
It's ridiculous. It's like price, like everything's gone up by so fucking much. Everything. You know what I mean? It's just like wow.
And we're just getting started. Just you wait till you're getting. I mean, I don't even know how people are going to manage. Like they're talking about $4,000 per year energy bills, $5,000 per year energy bills. I mean, it's going to be like more than rent or your mortgage or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know what we paid last payment for our gas bill?
You're on a wood burner, aren't you?
Oh no, well, I've got a wood burning stove, but it doesn't heat any water.
Oh, so it's not heating the.
Yeah, it's not helping. Which I keep saying to Liz, but so yeah. Even so, we only spent £8 this month because we all switched the boiler off, put this plug, and only use it for when we're having baths. Yeah, £8. In winter, we go up to 16 because I've got a wood burner heating, and we all sit in the same room. And then we turn it on and off. The trick is to turn it off and wear an extra jumper. That is the trick, lads. Don't worry about energy bills. You don't need to be hot in your house. You just need to put another fucking jumper on, and like let it be slightly warm when you sleep. That's all when you need it. Just when you sleep to make you sleep comfortably. That's it. Put an extra jumper on, switch it off, and then only turn it on when you're doing washing up or just got to use heating. That's it. That's what we do anyway. My kids have. I remember it being so. We had a temperature gauge on their. What was it? The intercom. So we could hear them and we could know what temperature it was in the room as well. Everything. Easy time. And you look at it and you're looking at 6 degrees. We're all sat in jumpers. My baby's swaddled. We're still all alive. So, you know what I'm saying? You just put an extra jumper on.
Yeah.
That's clothing will save you money. Seriously will. You don't have to walk around your house like it's home. Winter, you're supposed to wear jumpers. You might not ever wear them if you're stuck at home all the time. Get the heating off. Get full use out of your jumpers. You know you can do it, boys. Anyway, that's my heating rant over. That's how we do it because we're ruthless. Just get used to it.
I think having a wood stove and an infinite supply of wood certainly helps as well, doesn't it?
Infinite supply of wood is actually what I do have. Because every time I work, I
obviously,
gain wood.
obviously, not everyone has access to that combination, do they? So.
I know,
They
I am.
pay you to take your fuel away. It's amazing. Like that's
Well, I
quite
mean,
good.
if I start drying stuff out, wood price is going to go up in a few years. I've just collected. If I had a field, I could just store wood for a couple of years. Have a year off chopping wood. I'd make so much money out of the wood I'd sell.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's going up.
Is that
It's going up in
field?
value as well. Wood, because obviously.
Why don't we all
away
put
from
money
that.
together, make a wood storage, and I give you a little bit of percentage of the earnings every year?
I'll tell you, man. I don't have spare money to put away to buy land. I don't have that sort of cash.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, and I never will.
Well, the world is
I
fucked up, isn't
live
it?
month to month. Me,
I'm a little bit the same, but I haven't been working full time. I had a month off my foot. But I always keep money in my bank so I can pay for shit. But luckily, because of the job I do, it pays a lot per day. So, yeah.
Yeah, I get paid monthly. I don't call it payday anymore. I call it bill day. Because it's not actually, I get like a bit of money, and I've paid all my bills and stuff as well. I've got very little. You know what I mean? Also, the rest of the month I'm okay. So I'm gonna have a couple of skim weeks during this month.
I'll try to give you a bit of work, Johnny, because you need some more. You need some really more than probably what Alan does.
Mate, honestly, it's soul destroying. You know what I mean? I go to work, give up my time. You know what I mean? I work really hard, and then I don't get promotions or anything like that. You know what I mean? I just won't be doing the same fucking job because I'm really good at it.
You see,
that's the thing, John. If you're happy to carry on working and doing a good job for them, and they don't give you anything in return, then what incentive is there? You know
exactly.
what I mean? You need to shop around. You need to find either yeah. I mean, it's
cushy. The thing is, it's cushy. It's got like a good pension. It's like 7% non-contributory pension, which is good.
Uh-huh.
I've got public liability insurance for like seven times. I think it's like 7 or 10 times my annual wage if something happens to me on the way to work or whatever.
Whatever. I mean, that's good.
You know what I mean? Which is awesome. So it's like my family, like the family, would be covered. You know what I mean? And I've just taken out a life insurance policy as well, which is going to cost me about £40 a month. But that's going to be for about £137,000. If
gosh, that's thinking forward, Johnny.
Yeah, honestly, mate. I'm an asthmatic smoker, mate. So I'm just, and obviously with my dad being ill recently, he's just had a cancer operation and stuff as well. It's just put everything in perspective for me. It's like, he's just retired. You know what I mean? And he's, and he's not been long retired, and then he's just having all these operations for cancer. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's like
you want something to be left there in case the worst does happen, so that
basically, that's it.
Kids have, I mean, and it's it's a depressing thing to think about, but you do right. I mean, Nicole will do well if I pass away suddenly, which is why I always look behind me when I'm going down the stairs, just check that she's not there, and but I wouldn't, I'd want her to. If anything happened to me, I'd want her to be looked after.
Yeah, exactly. So it's but yeah, no, I do that. It's just because I just think, I mean, but it's just.
It's so sensible. It's like I generally risk my life on a daily basis.
And you have no life insurance.
I don't get any life insurance.
I'd maybe look into it, man, because you don't necessarily have to spend a fortune. Like, but like I say, the quote I got was like, I was like, right, I think it would have been about £50-something for like 200,000 a month for 200,000. But this is like over like over a 35-year period or a 20-year period or whatever. You know what I mean? I'll be paying this. I'll be paying about like £480 a year towards insurance. But like, basically, you're covered as soon as you take the policy out before you've even made a payment. So once you've made that agreement with them and stuff as well, it's like you're covered then for that, and then you just obviously just keep making your payments, and then like if something happens, I'd be covered for that much money. You know, if something happens in 20 years' time, I'll be covered. And basically, it's one of those things. If you get diagnosed
Covered.
with a terminal illness, you know what I mean. They'll pay it out.
Covered.
They'll pay the full amount out to you if you're diagnosed with like a terminal illness. You know what I mean? So it's like, your family's covered then. So, you can concentrate on just, dying quietly without having to stress about it while you're dying. I know that's like really bleak, but it's like, it's just looking at you. It's just not. It's looking at it's just being practical. I think.
Shit happens, man. Shit happens.
Oh, it does, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I could get hit by a fucking, get hit by or something like that. You don't know what's going to happen. Somebody that could come, tearing down the road. Like, you know what I mean? Just like not metal bike, could be dead. You know what I mean? It's like anything could happen. You know what I mean? Your fate's not always in your own hands. So it's like.
Oh,
it's
son.
No, your fate is always in Zench's hands.
Yeah,
No, it's
I was
in my
chopping a branch off today, and
Dave is the change
as I went to
ways.
cut it, I put my gob in, doing the back cut. As the branch went over, the other one snapped out a bigger piece. All the tree fell down instead of one bit I was doing. It was that rotten. I was considering climbing that bit a bit earlier. Then I thought, I'll get this one all out of the way and then climbing it. It just snapped off like rotten balsa wood as I felled the other one. I was so pleased I decided not to climb it. It would have just snapped on me. So yeah, life insurance conversation. It's a good call.
It take you to set it up. It takes about half an hour.
Yeah, it's all right, Johnny. Liz would be pushing me as soon as I said it. She'd be like, "Yes, Hayden, see the top of the stairs." No. Ah.
What about life insurance policies, Dave? Like just
I gathered.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about how much if we pop our clogs that our significant other would get.
Yeah.
My significant other is. Oh, sorry. Should I say she gets a business?
That business doesn't worth much if it doesn't have you in it.
No. But you could hire climbers and people and still run it.
What is the sword compared to the hands that wields it? You know what I mean? What is the chainsaw?
I sincerely hope if anything ever happens to me, it happens to me at work, because not only have I got life insurance, if it's work's fault, they pay out a lot of money.
Yeah.
But the Chinese will probably find a reason not to. So anyway.
Yeah, you were wearing a high vis that was slightly too dark. Which caused you to be hit by something. I'm not going to say it just in case it happens, because then you'll think I'm a sorcerer. So,
when I was at school, I was voted most likely to die from my own stupidity.
I mean,
But you must die.
it wasn't wrong.
No. Right, where are we? So you've all got change, you've all got your gear on, blah blah blah.
Yes.
Gladstockers wished you luck and said, you might struggle to be in touch with him. Is there anything else you'd like to do, or anything you'd like to say to Gladstock, or anything else before you leave?
I'm gonna give Gladstock a hug.
Slightly drunk, Gaius.
Yeah, tell him he's a special person. I respect you as a friend. And walk off, happy.
Okay. As you give him the hug as well, he gives you a pat on the back, a very friendly pat. And the rest of you see Gladstock over Gaius' shoulder, and he smiles, and it does come across as a genuine smile. And Gladstock, Gaius, as you're hugging him, you've touched Gladstock before. He feels a little odd under his clothing, but right now he feels just like a man in every way.
Oh. Okay. I'll enjoy my hug Gladstock separate and say thank you, and get on with mission.
Anyone else?
I don't think I've got anything else to say to Gladstock. I'm gonna.
I'll take the. I'll refill my empty the recaps that I've got in my flask out, and then refill it with fresh recap.
Okay.
Is there any stims in these boxes or at all?
No, it's just food.
Food.
I've got some stims. Why do you need a stim?
Well, I might need one later on, Kenny. I do have a tendency to get a bit tired on these operations. It's I'm a pen pusher, aren't I? Pen pusher and a power, not a walker. Really, I don't really like to do the walk. So if you see me flagging, just jab me with a stim.
Right, you are, sir. No problem.
Me too, Kenny.
I'll just look up and give you a count on you, Kenny, like that, and salute you.
Kenny's gonna belch, and then he's gonna say,
Oh, so it's really repeating on me.
Well, I've got things. I don't know.
I can't believe you've eaten my sexy Japanese assassin. It's just.
I tried to save her. I genuinely tried to save her.
I know.
I don't like
Well,
her
that's fine.
species. Even though I kind of felt like just a metagame, but I kind of felt like she was an obvious love interest for anyone really, but especially for Canny, and that's why I just did the opposite thing and just took offence at her instead. You know what I mean? I like to...
Yeah, she was designed purposefully to seem a little odd, but also to be a potential for anyone, because she's got quite a fluid personality. She's a trained assassin. She's capable of infiltrating with anywhere. So the idea was she could fit in with anyone.
Was a trained assassin.
All right, Johnny. Anyway, speaking of Susie,
sometimes they never go the way you expect. The dice decided that she was going to be an utter failure. So it's not.
Speaking of Susie, while you're having this conversation with Gladstock, I forgot all about this. Gladstock.
We'll tell him, obviously.
Yeah, so I'm going to assume that you're telling him. And Gladstock basically sort of says.
Tried to save her, Gladstock.
Gladstock says, "Oh well, never mind. That's a shame, isn't it? There's plenty more where she came from." And he doesn't seem at all bothered that Susie's dead. But you also notice that he has Susie's sword, and he's wearing it clipped to his belt. Because you never picked it up, you left it behind in the Factorum, and now Gladstock's got it.
Okay. Yeah, I was looting more important things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, that's the point.
That was probably the highlight of that last session for me. Was just trying to subtly steal the arm and utterly failing. Trying to stuff the 7 arm into my bag while I'm holding my stomach in.
It's just brilliant that the person that spotted you again was Trantia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny, but she still likes me. It's not a red flag.
She's not really the sort of person to judge, considering what she is and what she's done. So she murdered a fucking husband, for example. But there we go.
I still like her.
Yeah. I don't know who knows that. I know Siegfried knows that, and I think Canny knows it. But I don't know about anyone else. But okay, so you're heading off to Gantry. So shortly, it is quite a long walk. You've been told it's going to take you many hours to get there. Otto is already fatigued from having his sleep interrupted. And about this time, as you're setting off as well, Gaius's fatigue is going to kick in as his stim wears off. But it is quite a long walk, and you do have the opportunity to sleep along the way. But obviously, it's going to be in the Underhive, so it could be dangerous potentially.
Can I ask if Canny is carrying me or something?
Of course I'll carry it. Of course I'll carry it. It's not a bother. I'd like
Thank you. I don't know what to do without you, mate. My old legs aren't what they used to be.
to ask Trantia for you got any more of that magic healing, like?
When did she last heal you?
It was.
Was it when you woke up?
No, it was. She hasn't healed me today.
Oh, okay,
She hasn't healed me since I woke up.
Yeah.
So it's definitely over 6 hours.
Yeah. 3.
That's the first thing, but then I forgot.
3 wounds.
Oh, that's much better. You're invaluable.
All right. So at this point in time, it's probably about 2 a.m. It's what you've been told by Nils is it's going to be about a 12-hour walk down Hive. It's not perfectly under the Hive; it's like over to one side, but it's a very long, circuitous walk to get there. So what you can do if you want, realistically, you've been awake 2 hours. Realistically, you could rest after 8 hours, and that would allow you to have a full rest and shake off any fatigue that anyone has. If that's what you wanted to do.
That.
Yeah, or you can push through for the full 12.
I think we need to get rid of the fatigue. I think
Okay.
Yeah.
because we can't.
All right.
We can't be at such a weak state of affairs.
No, we can't. Not
if we get jumped again, so.
Right, so let me just work that out. So if you walk for about 8 hours, that takes you to 10 a.m. Minimum rest is 6 hours. Do you want to spend the minimum, or do you want a little bit more?
I'd say the minimum. We're up against the clock, so.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll say 6 hours rest and give you an hour on top of that for like food and shitting and things like that. So that would take you to about 5 p.m. and then you'd have another 4 hours walk. So it's the next day. It's the same day. This is day 2 of the adventure. 9 p.m. roughly. I mean, day and night down here doesn't make much difference anyway. I'm just going to roll for random encounters on the walk during your sleep. And you can establish watches during that as well. And the rest of your walk, you're okay. So you walk for hours and hours and hours. You don't encounter anyone. It's oddly silent. The only sounds seem to be the rush of wind through narrow chasms in the rock wall and in the plasteel struts that you see, and the occasional rumbling of low-level hive quakes. You know, the hive is constantly shifting and settling. And as you descend down through this area, you realise that the area beneath the Gallowsway is a tangle of steel wilderness set into an enormous cavern of plasteel and rock. And it looks like much of what perhaps once stood here has long since collapsed down deeper into the earth, probably during a hivequake or other seismic event. At one point, you ride a rickety old elevator that you have to wind down by hand, and you walk mostly in darkness, with the occasional patches of bioluminescent fungus here and there. And you follow these vague instructions given to you by Captain Nils, and you use crude graffiti and landmarks, rocks shaped in particular styles to plot your journey. And for hours and hours you walk, and eventually you tire, and you wonder if you become lost, and you sleep and rest, and then after your rest you begin to realize, no, I was just tired, and you begin to refine your route. And there is no life down here, save for the occasional scurrying vermin that flee from glow lamp beams and echoing footsteps. And eventually, almost half a day after you left the Gallowsway, you round a bend in the sheer wall of this vast chasm, and you see an incredible sight. Suspended over a great, dark, damp sump river that flows sluggishly far below is Gantry. It hangs from a huge arch in the hive superstructure way above. A narrow strut of steel and cable reaches out into the void above this long drop down into the murky waters below, and it appears more like some sort of insect nest or cocoon than a human settlement. And it's a mess of huge support struts, cables, massive chains hanging down from this huge archway, and sticking out from this vessel that hangs down, its prow pointing towards the river below, is this insane bundle of buildings, crude roadways, assorted massive pieces of metalwork. In a way, it resembles an inverted miniature version of Hive Desolation itself, and it visibly swings and trembles with the vast vibrations of the hive proper. But the most incredible sight of all hangs from the bottom of this city. Painted a bright red and daubed with crude graffiti is the prow of this ship that emerges from the town, pointing down over the Stygian waters below. And it's not clear if this vessel once plied water or void, but it seems as though the whole place has been built around this stricken vessel that hangs from this tangle of cables and chains. Welcome to Gantry. And I think I've got a little picture of it somewhere. I have.
Quite like this place.
Oh,
Pretty neat. Maybe after all this is done and I retire, I might move down here.
The ledge
Very-
that you follow.
Maybe we
very
should,
you.
maybe we should
Very
move
you.
the mansion
Very
down
you.
there.
You can be the boss down here, mate. Easy. You got the skills. I'll be your advisor.
Yeah, I need an advice. Yeah, why don't we move the mansion down here? We need a new place for it to go.
I don't like that idea.
You don't like why?
Well, I don't like my type of people.
Yeah, I mean, it's better to go further down, Ive. There'll be less trouble.
I don't trust anything that looks like an ovary, can it?
Gaius's innate misogyny comes out in the strangest times.
Yeah, I mean, further up, Ive, there's all these fucking nobles with a fucking trying to kill you all the time and sending the men after you. But down here, it's more honest type of killer. Killer faces you in your eyes. He's straight ahead of you. He's not trying to stab you in the back like those fucking nobles.
What do you reckon it looks like a testicle, Kenny?
I reckon it looks like, I don't know, like some kind of edible fungus.
You're always so food oriented. That's not nice.
Well, I'd rather be focused on food than fucking ovaries, even though I don't know what an ovary is.
You should be
Although-
concentrating.
And if your
No,
testicle looks like this, you want to go see a fucking doctor.
Yeah. I reckon this place needs some medical help, Kenny. Let's go.
The ledge that you follow formed from the shattered cliff face that runs alongside Gantry snakes closer and closer towards the settlement as you follow it, and eventually it reaches a crude bridge of scrap that extends out from the cliff towards the town proper. 100 meters or so away, you see a yawning gateway where a large number of men and women dressed in red hive leathers, bristling with an assortment of blades, stand watching a handful of people here and there that come and go from the town. And you see people depositing or removing items into large metal bins just outside the main gate. And all this is watched over by a pair of double-barreled heavy stubbers mounted to the town's perimeter wall, facing out. And a sign above the gate reads, "Gantry, no guns." Oi, oi, what we got here? Not seen you folks around before? I got a real good brain for faces too. Anyway, who gives a fuck? Come on in. Drop your fucking bang-bangs first, though. None of that shit here.
I'm gonna. Yeah, me and my crew here. This is the place to be. Eh? We don't need our guns, do we, guys?
I'll take my shotgun out, which is the only thing I've taken, and put it in the box.
Says, your weapons will be safe here, lads, till you get back. You here for trade, or you looking for work?
Well, a bit of both, but mainly work.
Oh, yeah, well.
Anyone hiring?
Usually someone hiring here and there. You looking for work, you looking for a place to keep supplies before you head out into the way, so wherever you're fucking going, not my business, don't really care. Check out the gallows, the sanctuary gallows. They'll have what you need.
Right, yeah, we might do that.
Sanctuary, you say? I don't want to run into any of them.
Nah, none of them cunts down here, mate.
Oh,
You'll see why it's got its name.
I'm Kenny's going to just furrow his brow for a moment as he tries to work it out.
No, why is it called that?
Oh, I don't want to spoil the surprise, Sonny. He gives you a pat on the shoulder. You realise he's quite a big, strong lad himself. He gives you a pat. You'll enjoy it. You trust me. If you're gantry sort of people, you'll fucking love it there.
Oh, good stuff. Are you allowed grenades in here? Are they forbidden?
I'm going to start playing with a grenade.
Well, thinking about it.
It's not a gun, is it?
Thinking about it, boss don't say nothing about things like that. Just says no guns. He fucking don't really like guns, you know. But
Yeah, I don't like guns.
I don't see the harm in a grenade. Yeah, but there's only two rules in gantry. Yeah, no guns, and the boss's word is law. And don't fucking start no trouble. This is a peaceful town.
Alright, well, maybe I should leave the grenades here if it's a peaceful town. I mean, I'm a man of peace.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If some cunt fucking hits you, or, you know, gives you a load of shit, you fucking have them. But don't start trouble for the sake of it. The rule of first drawn applies here, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that one.
I still I keep the ammo then. Seems he's got my gun.
You've taught me to it then. I'll keep the grenades.
No, there's no harm in you carrying ammo, is it? It's not like you're going to be able to use it. We do sometimes have a bit of ammo for sale around the place. We sometimes have firearms for sale as well. But if you purchase a firearm whilst in the town of Gantry, it will be sent to the gate where you will pick it up upon your departure.
Oh, very good, sir.
Very sensible. Very sensible.
It's a sensible rule. You don't want cunts running around with guns in a peaceful town. What do you think this is? Florida?
Where's that?
Oh, it's a few levels up
Florida.
Ivan to the east.
Oh, okay.
Space Florida. Yeah, you heard of it.
Yeah, I have heard of it. I'm a bit of a connoisseur of these parts.
Yeah, you sound like you're local. Can tell by your accent.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to hand over Meat's hammer.
Okay.
Let's take good care of this.
Okay, so Trantia hands over her firearms too. They put them all in this metal bin. There's no lid on it or anything. It's just like a metal bin with a number painted on it. And the guy hands you, Canny, a small piece of metal about 2 inches square. It's a bit rough cut, but it has the same number painted on it as is on the bin.
Nice system you've got here. Very organised.
Totally secure too, don't you worry. We'll put them in the lockup, keep them fucking safe as houses. You can trust the people of Gantry to not nick your guns.
Yeah, if they nick my fucking guns, I'll pull their fucking arms off.
I mean, why would we nick them? Thing is, this is a centre of trade, commerce and culture. We don't want to ruin our reputation by, you know, stealing guns from our guests, our patrons, per se.
What if I wanted to sample a bit of this culture? Where would you say I should go other than the gallows?
Gallows is the place to be, my friend. I mean, there's other things and places. There's the Red Run and all that sort of shit. But I mean, nothing's planned for the Red Run for a few days. You want to head to the Gallows, mate? It's the centre of the town. Everyone there is everyone that's important. And if there's any other business taking place, any entertainments and stuff, you'll hear of it there.
Well, I'm sold. I say, let's go, chaps.
Yeah. All right, lads. Well, been a pleasure. Your name was?
Clunk.
Clunk. It's a fine name, Clunk. Name's Canny.
Danny, nice to meet you.
Give him an old handshake, and then we'll head on in.
As he shakes your hand, he just stops you for a moment, Canny, and he says, Just a moment. Have we met before?
I'll give him an appraising look. Do I think I've met him before?
You do not.
I know I've got one of them faces. I don't know. Maybe we have met. I don't know. I mean, I do sometimes get blackout drunk. Speak to a whole load of people, and then I can't remember what I've said to them.
Yeah,
That gets me to all sorts of trouble. I wake up in all sorts of places.
Just for a moment there, I thought you looked a bit familiar as you turned your head to one side to walk away. I thought, in profile, you've got very distinctive physique, but I see a lot of people coming and going. I must be mistaken.
Well, I don't know. Well, where'd you get about? Are you a gantry man through and through, or do you ever go anywhere else?
Well, sometimes go a little bit further up Hive on various jobs and things like that, but mostly, yeah, I'm born and bred in Gantry.
All right. Well, maybe it's just maybe one of them things. I won't think too hard about it, Clunk.
You maybe got one of them faces, you know.
Are you calling me fat?
No, I'm saying you've got a distinctive profile to your face.
Okay.
I think it's the chin. Maybe it's got a little bit of an air of my old Uncle Clam.
It's a strong name.
Strong name.
I once knew a Clum.
Yeah?
A real charmer.
How many arms did he have?
He had 3.
Wait a minute. I wonder, could it be a coincidence that I mean, there can't be 2 clams with 3 arms. Do you
Surely
think you
not.
knew me uncle?
I might well have. Was he a gantry man as well? Was he? Or did he?
Yeah. I was born here, but I mean, he used to go all over the place. Used to venture up Hive. Used to spend a lot of time there at a place called the Carnival of Catastrophe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in 2 minds now. I'm gonna have to fucking. Kenny's gonna get he's gonna pause in a moment of indecision, where he decides whether he should lie or not, and then he's gonna go.
Never heard of it.
No? Oh, well. Yeah. Well, you know, it's not a very well-known place, apart from with certain types of people. Well, yeah, he used to get everywhere, did Uncle Clum, you know. Here, there, everywhere. He used to fucking try stealing stuff from Port Gaius sometimes. In fact, I heard that's how he met his sticky end.
Oh, aye.
Yeah. He was trying to smuggle something or other, I don't know what. Trying to smuggle it onto his shuttle. He got caught by the Arbites and fucking
What a spit!
executed him. You know how to kill him? Just strap him to the launch pads. Sick fucks.
That's it's a terror tactic, isn't it? It's meant to put the fear into you.
Yeah, but yeah, it definitely put something.
Fucking sadists, these fucking Arbites. Power
Yeah,
goes to the heads, don't they?
Yeah, they're all cunts, isn't they? Yeah, but you won't find none of them down here. An Arbite down here wouldn't last 5 minutes. I can fucking tell you. We can smell them. Yeah, you don't smell like no Arbite, so you go on in, boys. You enjoy yourselves.
Okay, I'm gonna head in.
Okay. You pass into the town. There's a few more guards on and around the gate. They give you all cursory glances, looking you over carefully. checking for obvious signs of firearms, you assume. You notice you haven't been given a pat down or anything like that. And the first thing that strikes you about Gantry as you pass through this gate is how clean and tidy it is. Yes, it's made predominantly from detritus and scrap, but there's no litter, no piles of rubbish like in the Gallowsway, and the people you see going about their business seem, although pale, as you would expect living this far beneath the surface, they look fit, healthy, well fed. Many of them seem to smile and joke with one another as they go about their business. These people here seem happy. And everywhere you look, there are men and women wearing the red hive leathers, and they bristle with assorted blades. Some of them carry a firearm or two, but they are a rarity. And the rest of the people go unarmed. They dress in a manner more like that of lower mid-hivers than under-hivers. Clearly, Gantry is something of an oddity, and appears to be fairly wealthy, considering its position within the depths of Hive Desolation. And as you pass down this main thoroughfare, you see, or rather you hear it first. The dull, bass-heavy thud of pound music rumbles towards you from a building ahead of you.
Fucking £8.
It looks like the remains of an old Imperial bunker, festooned with neon signs declaring the gallows, food, drink, girls, good times, no guns, no stabbings. And hanging from a gantry, a gallows, if you will, around the building, upside down, are 4 or 5 corpses, little more than skeletal remains that look like they've been here a long time, and each one is dressed in the red and black armour of the Sanctuaries.
I'm going to turn to Otto and say, it's my kind of town.
Yeah, I'm starting to warm to it already. Yeah.
You'll have to practice your swashbuckling skills with the old cutlass, my boy.
Oh, hopefully I'll get a chance to. Could I? Could I?
Yeah, just imagine how effective we'll be. You sat on my shoulder with a cutlass. We'll be like I had 3 arms, just like old Clunk.
No, I know what I said. But hey, anyway, it says no fighting.
Oh, we're allowed to fight. We're allowed to fight if someone starts.
Oh yeah, of course, that's different.
You'd say no stamping as well. That's what it said.
Okay, as you head into the Sanctuary Gallows, inside, the sound of the music is much louder, and you find yourselves in a small entranceway. A plump woman with a welcoming grin peers at you from behind a low counter. She seems to cast her gaze between each of you, and a series of crude picked printouts on the wall beside her. Satisfied none of you match the images displayed there, she speaks.
Welcome to the gallows, lads and lasses. For first time, is it?
Yeah, you gonna take my cherry?
Excuse me?
Yeah,
Well,
what's the sights and sounds we got to see around here? This is our first time. Yeah, it's a nice place. I like it here.
Well,
It's got an ambiance.
you behave yourselves, and the sights and sounds will come to you, my good man. And she gives you a wink. But remember, don't cause no trouble. You don't want old Vornus coming down here, do you?
I don't know. What's the Vornus when he's at home?
What's a Vornus? Oh, you been sleeping under a sump rock? King Vornus. King
is he
Vornus
possible?
Crimson, the ruler of Gantry.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I know. I heard of King Crimson. Yeah. Not been born under a rock. I'm not stupid.
No, I'm sure you're not. But anyway, you boys and girl, go on in. You have a good time now.
She presses a button beneath the counter, and there is a buzzing noise. Oops, I've stopped the music. and a door slides open. And the sound of the pound music is almost deafening inside. Hang on. Oh, it's been a dick.
Hi, what's up?
My dynamic lighting, as usual, is misbehaving.
Oh.
Oh, I can see. What?
Yeah, but I can't open the door.
All right.
Tell you what, I'll just move you through the door. So, Susie's not there.
But
Oh, why is Nils there?
Sometimes when I struggle to open the doors, it's because I need to zoom in more.
Yeah, I've zoomed right in. It
Oh,
won't
I
let me
still
move.
haven't.
Anyway,
Okay.
there you go. You're inside the sanctuary gallows.
I have to say, Guy, she took all them hanging sanctuaries quite well.
It's almost like he's asleep.
We go and see what's on offer.
As soon as you pass inside, there's this faint smell of vomit and stale beer around the entranceway. But you move inside, and there's a lot of people in here milling about. It's dark, but there's occasional pulses of light here and there in time with the music. You can see more than one person here is a very obvious mutant, especially the big green chap behind the bar. There's a woman just north of you, Canny, that seems to be the source of the music you hear. She's playing an electro harp incredibly well, creating this live pound music. Everyone seems to be armed in some way. There are a great many people with augmetics. All sorts of men, women. You see over to the north, far to the north, there's a group of these people in red leathers sat around a table, and there's a woman dancing for them in a very revealing outfit, writhing around in front of them. They all watch her intently, men and women, leering at her. Over to the northeast, there's a group of what look like rather well-dressed people, but they're bristling with augmetics and various pieces of equipment and weapons. You even see someone in the red robes of the Mechanicus. And there are a multitude of scantily clad women whose role here is quite obvious. It's over to you guys. Go wherever you want to go. Do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
I turn to Otto, I say,
Oh, stay close. This place might be dangerous.
oh, and then I realise he's on my shoulder.
No, yeah.
Don't
Don't go wandering off.
I was just staring over at these ladies, basically. He's just like, he was gawking a bit, like, you know what I mean?
This place is fantastic.
Shall we get ourselves a drink, guys?
Well, yeah. We should. Make ourselves at home. Enjoy the sights, purely for, blending in purposes like.
I'll head over to the bar. I'll try and keep an eye on Trantia as well.
Yeah, she's sitting right next to you there. I'm going to move Gaius because I think he's a bit out of it. Okay. So you approach the bar. There's two barmen. One of them looks like a fairly normal human. The other one is quite a thick-set guy. He nearly matches Canny for his size and weight. But he's green-skinned and he has a full head of tight black curly hair. And he turns to you as he's cleaning his very dirty mug with a very dirty cloth. And he says to you, Oh, good evening, gentlemen. What can I get you? And miss, apologies.
What's on the menu? It's our first time, yeah?
Oh, well, we've got a lovely array of Lucky Charms. No, we haven't at all. I'm just being racist. We got food, we got drinks, we got a few more interesting little bits and pieces if that takes your fancy.
It does.
Oh, well, straight to the point. I like you.
I'm
He
a
looks you up
direct
and
kind
down.
of guy.
He looks you up and down and says, "You look to me like something of an obscure man.
Oh, is it that obvious? Yeah.
Maybe not to some, but it is to me. It's my job to know what people want."
Yeah, I mean, you're wise.
You know what?
We all know what you want, so.
He looks you up and down. He looks you up and down for a moment, Otto, and goes, "A recalf, yes?"
Yeah. How did you know? How did you know?
I tell you, it's my job to know these things. I can read people, you know, not in a weird, witchy way.
I'm gonna turn to Canny and go, "This guy's good."
Just not like that.
Yeah, one recap, please.
Okay. He goes and makes you a recalf, puts it down in front of you. He pulls a bottle of Amasec out. Oh, sorry, a shot of Amasec out. Puts it in front of Gaius. Turns to you, Canny, and he hands you over a small vial.
Okay, I'll ask for an Amasec as well.
Okay.
And, I'll turn to Trantia.
Yeah, we gotta blend in, Trantia.
Okay. He looks her up and down and says, "Gorsk gin." And you see her eyes go wide. He says, "I haven't had that in years, but yes. Hell yes." And he brings her a shot of Gorsk gin. Which comes to a total of
3,000 for
28 thrones, including the Obscura.
I'll get this right.
I'll get
Oh, you
no,
no.
Ken. No, allow me.
And I'll reach in and put the thrones on the table.
Oh, go on then. I don't mind. I mean, I've
So it's
basically
23.
we'll call it taxi.
It's
fare.
28.
It's a deal.
As he takes the thrones from you, Otto, he says, "Enjoy your time. Welcome to the gallows." No, yeah, welcome to the sanctuary gallows. And then he moves off to serve someone else. You need anything else? You just yell. There's also a menu on the board behind him. Fresh grox meat, hettlefish, sump rat, and worm burger.
Yeah, well. I've got a big bag of food, so probably don't need.
Don't need more. I've never tried hettlefish before.
Make an intelligence test, Canny, with a plus 20 because you are from Desolation.
Ale by 4 degrees.
Yeah, you've never heard of hettlefish.
Well, be sensible to try the local cuisine, don't you think, Mr. Otto?
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah. I mean, and then we save our rations for later.
Dave, I'm going to have to end soon. I've got to
Yeah.
take the dog for a walk, and I've got work in the morning, so I've got to finish shortly.
Just
Hey,
just give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a problem.
You know I like a good cliffhanger.
Yeah,
so,
I do, mate. I'm just saying. I'm just
yeah.
being honest. I can't play late tonight, or any later.
So, are you ordering some hettlefish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Eli takes your order. He says he'll be with you in a few minutes. And then he walks over and begins to serve this gentleman here with the big mechanical arm. And as he does so, a man enters from somewhere. Oh, doesn't enter. Comes from somewhere deeper into this club, and he comes and sits down at the bar. And he's quite a tall, broad-shouldered man. His head is totally shaven. One side of his face is heavily scarred, and he wears very battered but well kept. It looks like very functional armor, but it's heavily scraped and scuffed. A lot of the paint's missing in places, and he sits himself down on the bar stool, and you hear the stool creak under his weight. And Eli turns to him and says, "You're back. You've been gone a long time." The scarred man nods once. Eli says, "So what'll it be?" The scarred man says, "Amasek, bottle." "Of course, Mr. Naeus. Coming right up." And that's where we're going to end it.